Hello everyone and welcome to Conquerors of Nolyn. This time around, featuring Team Green, as it happens. Except that we don't have music, so let me fix that real quick. Today, unfortunately, we're missing Brian, who plays Par for now, so that's why he won't be showing up for now. But don't worry, he should be showing up, and if not, Par will be with us in spirit, if not in whatever shenanigans the Goodberry team decides to go and do. So last time around in Conquerors, Team Green, Team Goodberry, has traveled from Redemption into many other locations along the course of several days, nearly a week. They left Redemption to seek out whatever is going on at, westwards of Redemption. They went through the crossing and then went upwards to Nolyn Valley to try and figure out who is Crossmaster and why did he ask the party to meet him there. They did find Crossmaster, who was actually a ancient white dragon, apparently the Blizzard of the West, as they call it, who told Kra to quote-unquote hunt for other Blizzardlings who are spread around the world and make sure that they are able to get back safe to Dosidaya before the cult of Thanatos gets to them, like they have tried to get to another Blizzardling in Redemption and to Donar. Next up, the party traveled south, making a stop at Henjamar, where they met with the Arcanist, well, not Arcanist, the Hedge Wizard Ragamuffin, also called Rags, who wanted to go to Mergin in Hosenfell, in Sofak even. However, traveling is tricky, and apparently he seems to be on the run from something. After a whole lot of talk, you decided to recruit Rags into your party just for, the travel down to Wildhaven. Making your way down there, you came across several happenstances and other many things that showed up here and there. And eventually, when you made your way to Wildhaven, you found out that Niels' partner, Lucas, was actually there. Instead of running away, he had been imprisoned and managed to, get himself caught. Thankfully to Team Green and Neo, you were able to pay for Lucas's bounty and have him freed. And then you had to wait for a little while in town while they had people from Henjamar double checking to see if he actually was free to go, or if he had more bounties he needed to be paid for Lucas's crimes, being that he is, after all, a thief. Next up, while you were in Wildhaven waiting, you decided to check up on one of the Blizzardlings that Crossmaster asked Kra to seek and protect. You did find this Blizzardling, or rather this Blizzardling's workshop, and after going there you found out that they were being attacked by hellish creatures. Through thick and thin, and missing 2 party members, you started quite a kerfuffle into a basement of his workshop, trying your best to save him. Unfortunately, though, Tingrim did not manage to save him, as one of the creatures got to him and killed him, transforming him into an abyssal wretch. After which, Kra, seeing how everything turned out, decided to cut his losses and fireball the ever-living heck out of the place. After doing that, and making their way back to Wildhaven, the party decided to reunite and think about what the next step is, seeing as Lucas is no longer welcome either in Wildhaven or Hejamar, and possibly other places where you imagine that he is also wanted for crimes. And also Rags, seem as he needs, how much was it, 1,000 gold pieces to cross the ocean?
1,150 silver.
Yeah, 100
Which was
gold pieces.
It was like 115 gold.
Yeah, 100 something,
which is
gold
quite
pieces.
a bit.
After figuring out that he did not have the money and none of you had the money, he decided to keep traveling with you, albeit somewhat not wanting to be close to Neo after certain realizations about their relationship. And then, seeking to get out of the Wildhaven, the party decided to use the inflatable boat that you got from Agnes, the enchantress of the guild, and make your way northwest through the Hewitt River into Beacon Lake, and then ending up at Greyford. Whereas you found out that seems to be a city inhabited by many somewhat indigenous folk, and many dog folk with a shepherd coat, just like Rand himself. And after being hailed by Tiwitaka on your way in, you got to the city, talked to some people, and realized that apparently there is a festival happening, and that Tiwitaka seems to be a guest of honor, so to speak. After talking to the innkeep about the festival and such, you realized that there's a whole lot of lore and tradition going on into this festival, and Rand possibly got a little bit of insight into what is going on here and what is up with this festival, if anything. And that is where we left off. So, Tingrim, all of you find yourselves inside the Bash the Dragon Lodge Tavern. And you all just see Rand walking past all of you, going into the outside. Apparently, he just learned too much and could not deal with the truth and made his way outside. So, what are you doing?
One of us should probably see if he's okay.
Well, I need to keep track of Cross, so...
And you just see Basil take his drink, swig it down as fast as he can, and put it back on the table. And he looks to Sienna. I look to Sienna and I say, "Don't worry, I'll go check on him." And he pats her on the shoulder and he gets up and goes outside.
You should go to Sienna. You are his friend.
Okay. I guess I'll follow Basil.
Alright. So, Rend, you walk outside. Where are you going? Or what are you doing?
Probably head to the lake side. Just because that would be the only other familiar place right now.
Sure, you make your way, well, you start to make your way towards the lake, passing by the... as you're walking towards that direction, you do pass by a building that it doesn't seem in any way, shape, or form ostentatious or big or opulent. It looks like a small shack where they sell just whatever people need for travelers who are coming by or people who are looking to do some sort of trading. And you get the sense that whatever people need, they trade with one another. So there isn't too much need for a general store, as the burlap mugs, that is where you go by. However, it does seem to be seeing a little bit of movement, with lots of people coming by to rent fishing poles and bait and many other things as you continue to make your way to the lake, and you see that there's already a lot of people trying to catch any manner of fish, apparently practicing for the actual fishing competition that seems to be taking place a little later in the day. And eventually you find yourself at the lake.
Ren's just gonna find a place to sit on the shore and just look out.
Rand, make a wisdom check.
General wisdom?
Yeah, a wisdom ability check.
I had that on. Excellent, I had that on advantage.
So you look around yourself and you think you are absolutely sure have never been to this place before. You don't recognize any of the surrounding areas. You don't recognize any of the people. The air here even feels completely different to anything you have ever felt before, and yet you feel a huge sense of familiarity with this place. You're absolutely sure you have never been here before, and yet it feels like this is in some way, shape, or form close to home. And you think back to the farm where you were born and raised in back in Mythos, and it has the same very small town feeling to it, and yet you know you are in the middle of nowhere, that if you go westwards you won't find civilization anymore, no matter how far you go. Whereas back home, in Mythos, you were never too far away from another town, whichever way you decided to go. And you ponder to yourself, why is it that you feel so much at home in such a weird, faraway place? And you look down to the shore, just pondering about that and trying to decipher your own feelings, when you notice Basil and Sienna approaching you from behind.
I'm just gonna sit down next to Rand and look in the same direction he's looking in.
And I'm gonna plop down on the opposite side.
So what are we thinking about?
Why does this place feel familiar?
Well, you've never been here before. Are there familiar plants here, perhaps, or something about the terrain similar to your home?
Not really. I don't know. It just feels familiar.
I mean, if it feels familiar, there must be some sort of connection to you to this place then. Maybe something that, and Basil's going to tap his head, that up here is forgotten, but maybe he taps his heart, that has not.
Maybe it's like birds. Migratory birds can live the beginning part of their lives in one place and they still know where they're supposed to travel to when the seasons change.
But don't birds usually have older birds to follow first?
I mean, I guess. I haven't actually studied birds that closely. I always focus more on plants. It was an idea, though. Maybe there's just something in your history, your family generations back that your spirit or body remembers in some way, and it's maybe that's why your vision of Jade and the bear spirit called you here.
I don't understand a lot. There's something about this place. I can't. I can't. I can't pinpoint it, but something
tells you this place is a place you need to examine, to be here at least for a while to learn.
Yes. I need to know what happened here.
Well, Tanoxali said that this was the Festival of Remembrance, where they remember something that happened a long time ago, the history of the village or something like that, I think she said. So let's stay for the Festival of Remembrance and let's see what they remember. Maybe it'll awaken something in you, an understanding or something.
Quite possibly. Also, we can stay and talk to that Tiki Kala guy who...
Tuitaka.
Tuitaka. I'm never going to get that right.
We're never going to get it right.
It's Tuitaka.
Tuitaka guy who kind of, like, almost killed us. He might know something.
He also almost looks exactly like me.
Well, I mean, there is that, but a lot of people here look kind of like you. No offense, Rend.
Yes, but that woman said I look a lot like him.
There's a lot of people that look like Rend, but Tuitaka looks like if you stood them side by side, some of us might get confused.
That is true. So maybe we stay. At least for a time.
You've got friends here, Rend. Me and Basil and Krant, Nar, Neo, Par. We'll help you figure this out best we can.
Yeah.
Ren's just gonna put one arm around each of you and hold you both. Might be squeezing you a little too hard.
Doug, I have a question about whether or not you're gonna let me do something here.
Sure, what's up?
So I've seen it used this way before in Critical Role. Can I use Druidcraft to make like a little wreath of flowers and put it on Ren's head?
Sure. You use Druidcraft to coax some nearby plants and flowers into blooming and blossoming, and even out of the earth itself, their roots just seems to kind of sprout out and interweave itself in such a manner that it already forms sort of a natural, well, a natural little crown or something in of itself. That's why you don't need to do it by hand. It seems to you make it do that itself, and it's very small, in like about a feet wide crown, maybe even less, but regardless, it's quite nice.
I'll just, if it's not big enough for his whole head, I'll just stick it around one of his ears.
Yeah, it's big enough for his head. You definitely can fit it on top of his head and one of his ears.
There. It's a festival, Rand. Maybe get in the spirit of things. Maybe just enjoy it for a little bit. Maybe just being here will help you figure it out. But you have to be here, both here, and she'll tap the dirt, and here, and she'll tap Ren's head.
I get it. It's just a lot right now. I mean, Imran's just gonna look around quick, make sure there's no one around. Have you or Nox met any other of your kind?
Not that we've ever known. There's always a possibility everyone you meet is, but not that we've ever known. Like I said, I was also an orphan, Rend. I don't know who my parents were. I was raised by a priest.
Okay. Basil.
Yeah.
Do you want to see if we can get a few fishing rods and join this contest?
I mean, I'm not proficient in using. I don't really know how to use a fishing rod, but I mean, I'm always willing to learn.
Neither do I, and this actually gives us a fair fight this time.
Well, let's see exactly what the contest is. We don't know how these people fish. It could be a swimming, and grab the fish type of thing, or it could be net fishing, or...
They were getting a lot of holes.
Okay, I wasn't paying much attention when we came into town. You'll have to forgive me.
I just noticed it on the way over. They went to a shack to get poles.
But yeah, totally. Though, I don't know. The fish might be bigger than me here. Who knows?
I can find out if you give me a few minutes.
What?
I could
She can do that thing with animals.
I could talk to some of the waterfowl here. I assume there's some sort of waterfowl here, and
Sure,
speak with animals.
go for it.
Or I could turn into a fish and go scout them out for you.
I could talk with the birds.
Well, if you want to.
Go live underwater.
We can do that. Let's do that.
Okay.
I'm gonna
I'm
wild
going.
shape. I'm gonna set my staff down and just jump into the water, and in the air I'm gonna wild shape into a dolphin.
All right. You go ahead.
No, you first, Doug.
You just do that, Sienna. You set down your some of your equipment, and you just kind of take a running leap towards the water. And as you do, you just wild shape yourself into a dolphin, just making a huge splash on the water as you do, and wiggling your way, swimming, diving below the surface and just sort of vanishing from the surface as you leave Rand and Basil behind.
Okay.
So
I'm just gonna look around for fish for like half an hour.
All right, make a perception check.
Okay. 22.
You do see quite a lot of fish around and about. There's just too many fish. No matter where you look or where you go, this place is ridiculously plentiful with fish. You even wonder how it can be, seeing as there's so many people fishing. But then you think this village is quite small for this probably less than 100 people to be able to have fished all of the fish. So so you start to ponder about that. And
Do I see anything else in the water besides fish, and also like how big are the fish?
the fish are regular size. They're not too big and not too small. You do see several smaller fish just swimming around and about, but you do see some like very large fish measuring. The biggest ones that you see are much further down, but they seem to measure about 2 feet, if not 3 in length. But these are way further away from the shore. And as you swim around and about, you do notice some other some dog folk and bear folk who seem to be swimming around with harpoons in their hands, seemingly trying to do some much more close by fishing of sorts. And they all seem shocked when they see the dolphin you come by, but they don't seem to attack or anything. They just seem very intrigued by it and kind of keep looking at you, and eventually they swim back to the surface for air, and they just kind of talk to one another. And even from underwater you just hear them shouting like, "Oh, the dolphin, there's a big fish here, it's never seen it before, where did it come from, where it's going, what's it doing?" And they just start going nuts over this big ass fish that is swimming around.
Dolphins aren't fish, though.
Oh, they don't know that.
Do dolphin tricks.
When I'm done looking around, can I can I free willy this shit and just dash and jump out of the water and turn back into sea in the air and crash land into the beach?
Sure, you do that several times. You just kind of do some twirls underwater, and you start swimming back to shore, going incredibly fast with all of your swimming speed and such. And as you start going towards the shore, you just do several jumps out of water, one of them even doing a flip. And then on the last one, you take a much longer, much deeper dive, trying to go up in an angle, following the bank of the sand. And as you leap out of the water, you just do some twirls, wild shaping back, or finishing the wild shape, turning back into sea, and as you just careen forwards towards the beach. And make an acrobatics check.
Using the dolphin's acrobatics.
No, I shifted out of the dolphin stat, so I have a slightly higher dexterity score.
So you flip around several times before changing back into your tiger folk form, Sienna. And as you go to land, you notice that you're going incredibly fast, and you manage to land in the beach without face planting into the floor. But it takes quite a few stumbles to recover your balance, and you end up and you stop about 20 feet away from where you initially landed before you can manage to deaccelerate yourself and stand up and look around to see random Basil many feet away from where you are. just watching this whole display.
Not bad. Could use some work though.
7 out of 10.
I've never been very physical, and I'm just gonna wipe sand out of my clothes. Fish seem like normal fish.
Doug, cards.
Oh yeah, cards. Thank you for the reminder. But yeah, you do that, and anything else you guys would like to do in the meantime? Or you said you wanted to go get the some fishing rods, didn't you, Rand?
Yeah, me and Basil had to go get a few.
Okay. So you walk towards the shop, the burlap mugs, and they are indeed renting some fishing rods and other mini fishing tools. But when you talk about the competition that you heard about and that's going on, the the hobgoblin who runs the store, he just looks you up and down, and then looks at you, Basil, kind of with a squint of his eyes as he just seems to mentally try and decide if you are fit for fishing or not. But then he just nods. Well, the competition, there's the people who are going to actually be fishing in boats in the middle of the lake, further away from the shore. There's the people who are going to be fishing closer to the shore, close to the canal. They are fishing with spears and harpoons and such. So, which one would you rather do?
Ooh, that's a good question. I know there's more than just poles. Makes it interesting.
True.
Basil?
I'm not sure.
Which one do you think has the better chance of getting... Well, actually, so it's competition for size or quantity?
Well, normally it's a matter of both, really. We measure by weight. Whoever catches the most weight wins.
Okay.
It won't do to catch the same small fish over and over if in the end they weigh nearly nothing.
This is true.
The people who fish further by the lake in their boats, they normally catch some bigger fish, but well, those are more experienced people who know what they're doing. And well, the fish can get quite skittish at night when they see so many boats around. The fish by the canal, they're much more, well, easier to catch, but they're not as big, seeing as they go back and forth through the canal. You might be able to get more fish there, but they'll definitely be much smaller. Well, assuming of course you're good with a spear or a harpoon.
Doug, just want to clarify something.
Sure.
A harpoon, would that be considered a javelin or a spear? I'm just curious.
It would be a javelin.
Okay, just checking.
Why?
I'm just wondering for my own curious.
Okay.
Want to try javelins? Sounds a little easier than using a boat, and we're not that great at fishing.
Sure, I mean, we can try that.
I guess we'll do the harpoons.
Alright then, I'll rent you the harpoons, and as the festival rules goes, whoever catches the most fish wins. Well, not the most fish, but the most weight in fish wins the festival. Or rather, the competition. The rental of each harpoon is 1 silver piece. And if you do bring back at least 20 pounds of fish, we will return the rent value. How does that
How much
sound?
silver a piece?
1 silver piece per harpoon.
1 silver piece. That's not a problem. We should have enough for that.
Sure. How many harpoons do you want to get? Basil?
Well, I figure we're just going to be using the javelins we have, so... What, just 1? Maybe 2 tops? Don't need more than that.
I say we get about 3 each, because these ones are meant for fishing. The ones I have are more meant for people.
Of course.
So 3 each? I'll get 3.
Alright. And the hobgoblin hands you 3 harpoons, and 3 to you too, Basil, right?
Yep.
Alright, and that's go for a total of 6 silver pieces.
I took out 3.
I took out 3.
There you go. You consider these harpoons, they're good for fishing, but they're not as well made and resistant as the ones you use for people, the javelins. So you get the sense that these might break very easily if you were to use them for more martial things. And you keep that in mind.
Yeah.
But aside from that, the two of you, quote unquote, arm yourselves with some harpoons and get the remainder of the instructions from the hobgoblin regarding the festival, the fishing competition. About sundown, or when the sun is about to set, some 5-6 in the afternoon, that's when folks will start to get around and start the competition proper. It should run for about an hour or 2. Then we should all meet back here for a final counting of all accumulated and fish. However, don't wait until the very end. You're more than welcome to bring in the fish that you have. As soon as you have 20 pounds of fish, ideally, because they will start to get prepared and cooked for the festival later tonight, which should be happening by some 10, 11-ish in the night, in the evening. We'll be serving the fish and some other things as the Festival of Remembrance takes place.
Late night festival, okay.
So, good luck to the both of you. And someone probably already told you this, but welcome to Graveford. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Thank you.
So the two of you, Rand and Basil, you take off and start looking more or less into the logistics of fishing. And you imagine that if you were to start just fishing competitively, you would need probably some sort of barrel or something to put all those fish in, instead of just taking one fish and carrying it around in your hands. That would
We
be
got
tricky.
a bag of holding.
Oh my, you did.
Oh god.
Oh no. How are you guys gonna keep your catches separate?
This is true.
Might need a barrel of some sort.
So while the two of you, random Basil and probably you choose Sienna, the three of you figure out the logistics of fishing and such, and how you're gonna do with all the fish that you catch once you catch, if you catch. What is the remainder of you doing? Donar, Kra, Neo.
So Dinar's going to walk over to Neo and kind of out of the way say, Neo, something is wrong with Rags. I think that you need to talk with him.
Yes, I have been talking with him, dear. But after doing some thinking about our last conversation, I believe one more conversation is in order here.
I think so, and I'll take care of Lucas for you and Craw, so you can have some time alone. I know Par wanted to go out and set up a healing booth during this in case people had fishing accidents or something. And, you know, I said if he set it up close, I might be able to help him.
Yes, and as I currently do not see him here, he may be in the process of setting that up.
I think so. But now would probably be a good time since everyone's away and you can have probably a franker discussion.
I believe you are right.
If you need me, I'll be around.
Thank you, dear. And then Neo will
didn't work.
go find Rex.
Sorry, what did you say, Donar?
Oh, I said I put my arm on Neo's shoulder and kind of wished him luck.
Oh, okay.
And after that, Neo would go find Rags.
You do. It's not at all hard to find Rex. He seems to be by the streets, well, near to the lodge, doing small little prestidigitation tricks for kids, who all seem very impressed with him covering his hands, and every time he opens it, there's a different sort of trinket there, and the way that he just manages to light and snuff out candles and other small things by himself. And there's a lot of mini Rens and mini Rendettes that just seems to, completely amused by all these little magical tricks that Rags is doing by the streets.
I'll stand there and watch for a bit, just enjoying how he puts smiles on the children's faces, and then I will use the message cantrip to say, Rags, dear, when you get a moment, I would like to talk with you once more.
Once you do cast the message, you see that Rags, he does one last trick where he covers his hands, and when he opens up his hand, there's just another very small illusion of a tiny little bird, a little wood carved bird that he just holds up in his hands and shows to the kids, and then he just kind of claps his hand to make the bird poof out of existence, and then he kind of turns back to look at you with some sort of a look of acknowledgement, and then he says something to the children in kind of hushed tones that you don't quite hear, before he kind of just stands up and starts walking towards you. In a very slowish pace, and the kids don't seem to have dispersed per se. They're still nearby, talking and to themselves in many whispers as Rags approach you, and he just looks up you, Neo. Then he looks away a little bit before, trying to take the final 3 steps before closing the gap between the two of you. Hey there. How's everything, Neo?
Well, everything is good for right now, dear. Might we have this chat in private?
What would this chat even be? I don't know that we have any subjects pending to discuss.
I believe there is one subject pending, dear. And I would much rather discuss this topic in private rather than in the open.
Alright then.
Then I will lead Rags back through the inn, and I assume we have rooms at this point, so I will go into one of the rooms.
I don't know that you do have rooms in here yet.
Well, if we do or if we don't, Neo will end up purchasing a room.
Sure. Well, the matters of rooms will be resolved later, but still you lead Rags into a room.
Rags,
And
dear.
ever so reluctantly, he seems to look at the remainder of the party who's still inside the lodge before kinda begrudgingly following along with you, and the two of you find yourselves in a more private area where he just looks at you and says, "Well then, what's this subject?"
Rags, dear, please forgive me if I'm going to be frank, but after our last conversation, I have done some thinking. When you were with me, was it your first time?
He looks at you up and down, Neo, and there's a whole lot of pause as you ask that question. He kind of just looks at you, and you see such a varied array of expressions going through his face and thoughts going through his head. You don't necessarily hear nor see these thoughts, but you can tell by his facial expression that, boy, his mind is working at incredible rates right now. Make a persuasion check. As Rags, he just kind of looks at you and seems to stammer a little bit, like, well,
Third 10 I've rolled today.
oh yeah, what of it?
Neo will just pull Rags into a hug and, oh, dear, I am incredibly sorry. I have taken something that is precious to you.
As you pull Rags into this hug, he doesn't seem to hug you back. He just kind of lets himself be embraced, but then he kind of just, his arms are not truly connecting with you, and after a few seconds it just kind of taps on your back a few times for you to let him go before he takes a couple steps back. Well, it's happens. This is Is that what you wanted to talk about?
I cannot imagine what may be going through your head at the moment. And then seeing me with Lucas would probably agitate those feelings. I feel absolutely horrible about this. I have likely lost your trust.
I don't know. Neo. I like I said, it's my fault.
No, it's my fault, dear. It's something I do with most of my friends. I want to show them various things, that being one of them. I fail to take into account that other things may happen. And if it is all right with you, I would like to start over.
As you look at Regs, and he looks back at you, and you see there the warmth in his eyes and his expression that you have seen so ever since you first met him, up to and all the way through your journey with him, all the way up to Wildhaven. That warmth is long gone, but he looks at you, squinting a little bit. I don't quite know, Neo. I don't know. I want time to think about all of this. I need time and distance, and couldn't get either. We're traveling together as it happens. There's not a single moment that I don't see you and him, Lucas, together, close by, and I haven't had much time. Find myself alone and just think about things. And I need a little bit of time to figure out things, I guess. Between me and you and him and everyone else. I just need time, Neo.
I understand, dear. In the meantime, I don't suppose you'd like to continue magic lessons?
I'll talk with Kra about it.
Yes, I believe that may be for the best for right now. Having me teach you may not be in your best interest as of this moment.
So, is that it?
Yes, dear. I am still incredibly sorry for what I have done. And if you can see it in your heart to forgive me, if not for me, then for the rest of our party. They very much enjoy your company.
Alright, I'll... I'll... I'll try at least. I'll see about it. Just, yeah, I guess, yeah. And Rex, he just nods a few times and seems to look at it anywhere in the room except for where you are, trying to find words, but at the end he just kind of shakes his head, then nods with a last yeah, and just starts to walk away.
On his way out, Neil will say, if you would like some advice on this particular matter, Par has a wonderful deity. Perhaps speaking with him may help?
And he gives you one last look just before nodding and going on his way. And thus, you find yourself alone in the room that you all just rented.
Neo will stay there for a bit, contemplate what just happened, and realize he's alone and leave to go find others.
Sure. And you do. You leave to find the whole group, well, not the whole group. Well, you leave to find Danar, Kra, and Bar talking to one another inside the lodge, and it would seem like Rags has joined them for some minor discussions, as he seems mostly to be talking to Kra about other such things.
I don't think I'm there, Duck.
He has all the exhaustion.
Yep, I'm sleeping right now.
Neo will just send a quick message to Dinar saying that Rags needs time and leave the inn to see what the others are doing who are not in the inn.
Well, okay then. Kra is not there, and Rags just goes and does whatever elsewhere. And sorry, what did you say, Neo?
Neo's gonna send a message to Dinar saying that Rags needs time, and we'll just go and see what Rend, Basil, and Sienna are up to.
All right. Was there anything else you wanted to do, Dinar and Kra?
No, the only thing that we were going to do was before Par was unfortunately pulled away. We were going to try to set up a healing booth outside of the inn so that we could heal people who may have suffered injuries during the festival to gain some money.
I'm just going to sleep.
Just a second. Sorry. So Dinar and Par make their way outside to start to set up a healing booth to treat people who might have any sort of fishing accidents here and there. And it doesn't seem as popular in here as it was back in Redemption, but it does seem to see a few people who are mostly curious about what even is this booth that you have set up. And indeed, you get a lot of people just looking and trying to figure out what's up with it, but not necessarily joining in for healings and such.
Sounds good. We had to try.
Well, it definitely makes for quite a lot of entertainment, and most of the people who seem to stop by the booth and actually use the services that you are providing are not people who seem to be native to Greyford, but rather travelers who seem to be just going around and coming to Greyford specifically because of the festival.
We're non-denominational, and we would certainly see if maybe Rags could perform for us to maybe draw people.
Oh boy, do you want to pull Rags into this?
Assuming
Sure.
Rags has any artistic skill.
Well, he's done this before with kids.
Illusions. He doesn't draw people.
All right, let me look up what Ragamuffin can do.
He
Joe.
entertains children.
I think draw people would be like draw people in, like get a crowd going, not necessarily draw me like you draw your French girls.
Right. No.
I was thinking a character artist on a pier. Because it's a festival.
Trying to use his charms to get people to come and watch him.
And busy hands, Rags. They help you forget things. At least puts them out of your mind for a while you do some work.
I suppose I could definitely use some distraction. I just don't know that I'm the best for this. You see, well, kids have such fertile minds. You can just show them half the trick, and their mind fills the rest, fills the blanks. But adults, they're a completely different bunch. They want the entire trick just performed for them. You see.
I do have my horse Cheetok. I mean, if he had googly eyes or something, it would certainly be draw. See the strange horse.
That could be something. I don't quite know what I can do to help, but I will certainly try, I guess.
Well, I thank you very much, Rags. We're just seeing if we can help make some money so that we can get you over to Sozia.
Well, yeah. I suppose that indeed getting some money would go a long way, wouldn't it? All right, let's see what we can do. And very nervous Rags just starts to do his best with prestidigitation to try and attract people, and you see that he mostly just do like some sparks to make a very, very minute light show to try and attract people. That does not seem at all impressive, but as night comes down, it seems to become, a little bit more. Wow, look at that. As night comes by, it seems to become way, way more impressive, this little spark show that he's doing with his hands and such. Which does indeed brings some more people to the healing booth that you and Par have set up, and indeed seems to get his mind occupied, and for what feels like the first time in quite a while, well, in a few days at least, you see Rags smiling much more warmly now.
I go by a couple of times and congratulate him on how well he's doing, and this seems, I've never done this before myself, and it's certainly nice to have someone else like your caliber of magic here to help draw in the crowds.
I'm just trying. You see,
You're doing well. You're doing well.
Thank you, Dinar. I'm glad you think so. By the way, no hard feelings, right?
Oh no, there's no hard feelings between us.
All right. I'm glad. I thought for a moment that the the funny joke the part told me about dragons and storytellers. I just kind of spoke it out loud. I did not even think about it, and I hope I did not offend you in any way.
You did not offend me, but you should always think about what you're saying before you do.
Yeah, I suppose there's a lot to be said about that going on around lately, but
I can see.
still thank you. Nah, I'm really glad that things are okay between us.
Yes.
And then he just kind of turns around and starts shooting sparks out of his hands and advertising some more for Par's healing booth for the night. Well, for the end of the afternoon and the beginning of the evening, as just people just seem to be coming around and intrigued about what is this, and then they come in for the sparks, but they stay for Par's radiant personality.
Yes.
And thus, this whole impromptu healing booth seems to be working quite well. However, as that goes on, random Basil, have you figured out the logistics plan?
Yes, bag of holding and the folding boat.
Oh no.
Yeah, I think we figured it out for the most part.
Alright, how are you even gonna use the folding boat? You're just gonna have it nearby and just toss the fish onto it?
And then at the end of the festival, when we need to move it, Sienna will wild shape into a draft horse and pull it.
Well, we can't. I mean, we didn't know if we could get any sort of barrels or anything like that to put our
Barrels
fish
are
in.
really heavy, though.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that too. So the bag, and then Sienna as a horse pulling the boat. Problem solved.
Sounds fair. Fair enough.
Although,
Never doubt player ingenuity and the bag of holding.
So, the sun starts to set a little bit, and the afternoon starts to run out. And as it does, you see that a lot of other people, some people who seem the part of fishermen, and all sorts of people with fishing poles, tackles, bait, their own small little boats, vessels, seem to make their way further into the lake, rowing a little bit, and then kind of looking for spots, shouting at one another as they start to diverge as they get a little bit further into the waters. And then you see some other people just kind of coming by with their own fishing spears, and I forgot the name of the other thing. Harpoons start to make their way to the canal. And you notice at the very edge of the beach, the Tenoxley, the old horsefolk woman who seems to be the leader of everyone, she just approaches the very edge and she looks at everyone as people seem to get ready in their own places, and she just starts speaking to someone who's very close to her, another foxfolk whom you don't recognize. They start talking just for a moment, and then they look up to check the sun. And once the sun has gone down significantly, she seems to just kind of take a few steps away from the fox folk and seems to do some movements with her hands, and then she just kind of holds both her hands up into the sky, and you see just some energy pushing out of her as she just seems to be forcing the elements to work in her way. And you notice as she pretty much writes in the sky with some wispy clouds pretty much a go or start or something, something like that. And Sienna, you definitely recognize this as a spell. And not only that, you recognize this as a druid spell.
I have it, I just don't have it prepared today.
Exactly. And you know exactly what's going on, and then you realize that, oh, she's a druid. And as she casts this spell, forcing the clouds to become this go sign for everyone to start fishing, you just see a lot of fishermen in their boats in the middle of the lake. They just kind of cast their baits far into the lakes, and you just see a lot of people starting also to dive with javelins and harpoons attached to their waists. And the people nearby, where the two of you are, Basil and Rand, in the canal, they finally pull out their harpoons and start looking around, kind of walking in place, trying to find a proper fishing spot to stay and try to harpoon some fish. So, what are the two of you doing?
Start doing the same thing?
Alright.
Yep.
Okay, so I would like the two of you to go ahead and make either a survival check or an athletics check.
Survival or athletics?
Yeah.
17.
Oh, come on.
Although I'm not entirely sure the athletics would work for this, but
Yeah, I don't
It
understand.
sounds.
either.
It seems more like a survival thing. Figuring
Yeah,
out the best
a
place
rural
to fish
survival, because
sure.
that makes more sense.
Yeah, go with survival. Athletics is more.
I'm-
Oh no, Rand.
I'm gonna add my card to that.
Sure. That's a 7, so that's 14 total.
I mean, he rolled higher on the d20 for that.
Weirdly, yeah. The idea of athletics is that you're not just doing one fish, you're doing several fish one after another, so you know, it's tiresome to hunt fish like this. So yeah. The two of you, Basil and Ren, you start fishing as best as you can. And you, Basil, you just you see all these fish coming by, and you start to notice and paying attention to their patterns, to when to strike, as this fish seems to dodge and weave between the rocks, the bottom of the canal, and some of the commotion that the other fishermen make whenever they miss or hit with a harpoon. The fish seem to kind of spread away from that area for a while before keep on swimming, and you start to pay attention to those patterns, and you start to strike.
Wahaha. I learned from Sienna about nature stuff and then just my own intuition. Wow.
Pretty much, you have quite a great grasp of how this fish are following their paths and how to really fish, even though you have never done this before in this way. you almost feel like it's second nature to you, and you just start plucking fish after fish, and you just pluck one with a harpoon, and then just pluck another, and then just kind of swish the harpoons to the side and pull out the fish out of it very quickly, and then go back to doing some more fishing. And when you look to the side, you notice that Rand, although he is being able to fish, he seems to be struggling a little bit more with catching fish as easily as you seem to be able to.
I'll look to him and I'll be like, Rend, focus on where the fish are moving. Watch what their patterns. That'll help you.
Okay.
And the
You
two
gotta
of
wait
you,
for the perfect strike.
and the two of you keep on just plucking more and more fish as you go, and either putting them into the bag of holding or the what's it called, the boat.
Yeah, the folding boat.
Sure. And you just start tossing fish into there. So I will say that about half an hour goes by with the two of you doing this. So Rand, roll a d10. Basil, roll 2d10. That's how many pounds of fish you get. Oh no. Rand, you're able to fish quite a lot of sardines.
He did add a 7 to whatever roll you're taking, Doug.
Come again?
He added this card, so there's a +7 to his roll.
Yeah, the DC is every 5 increments of 5. It starts with 10 and then 15, then
Alright.
20. So yeah, Rand, you are able to fish quite a few smaller fish, and you are able to manage to pack a pound of them into the bag of holding. A whole lot of fish, they just end up slipping from your hands as you pull them back and try to shove them into the bag of holding. Some of them are kind of quite slippery and too big and awkward to put in there, and they just seem to escape. Whereas you look back and you see that Basil is seemingly able to pack this fish into the boat quite well, quite nicely, and seems to have gathered quite a few pounds of fish already. So the first half an hour of this whole fishing festival seems to go on, and you think to yourselves that you still have about another 1.5 hours. So once again, make another survival check, the two of you. Oh my, once again. Basil, you feel like you were born to do this, and you just seem to pluck every single fish that makes its way to you. And man, you're killing it. And Rand, as you keep on fishing and getting all this fish, you start to get a little bit tired. It's a very awkward movement to pluck this fish out with your harpoon, and not so much it's tiresome, but you get the sense that your physique isn't really helping with doing these quick, sharp turns that Basil seems to be flexible enough to be able to do quite well. This is one of those cases where being too strong and bulky actually hinders you a little bit. So roll a d10, and Basil, roll 2d10.
I just got a 10. Oh gosh.
You're both improving.
Yeah, Ren's getting better at it.
Wow. So Rand, you pick another 7 pounds of fish and just start to shove them down your bag of holding, whereas Basil, you get another 18 pounds, and you start to see that the boat almost seems to tremble in place with all the fish that keeps just flapping there, trying to, just flapping as fish do. and you notice that going on, and you just kind of push the boat a little bit farther away. That so even if they jump out, they're still not quite getting back into water, so you can recover those fish a little bit more easily, and you start to be a little bit more careful with the way that you skewer them to make sure that they stop flapping wildly. And the two of you go for another half hour of fishing. If you would like, you can always just call it quits now. Or you can keep it up.
I gotta catch up to Basil.
Sure. So the two of you decide to go for another half hour and just fishing more fish. Make another survival check, the two of you. Oh no, the NPC roll.
Wait, how long does this go?
Yes!
It goes
21.
it goes for 2 hours, so we're going half hour increments.
Just so I know, is Sienna in the water or on the shore during the fishing test?
Sienna is watching on the shore and cheering both of them on.
Okay, I'll say that Nia has found her and joined her at this point.
Good, you can help me cheer them on.
That's part of the plan.
Alright, the two of you manage to... You keep on catching fish, and you see some of the other fishers, they, after 1 hour of fishing endlessly, they seem to be getting a little bit tired from all these arm movement that they're doing, and they just start to call quits. And as night falls down, it gets even trickier for them to be able to see the fish, so they just kind of pick all the fish that they got into baskets and barrels and just make their way out, which means that there's way more fish remaining for the two of you. So Brand and Basil, the two of you, rolled 3d10.
Basil now has 42 pounds of fish.
Okay. One after another, you just keep tossing more and more fish into your into the barrel and into the bag of holding, just catching fish. And at this point, Rand, as you look to see Basil's boat filled with fish, you just kind of get a little bit angry and you start raging just the tiniest bit, and you think to yourself you have to catch up to him, and you just start shoveling fish at this point into the bag of holding. And Basil, you kind of absent-mindedly just pay attention to how many fish Rand is getting, but you can't quite see it in front of yourself because they're all disappearing into the bag, so you don't quite get the same drive to keep on catching fish endlessly. But after 1.5 hours of fishing, both of your guys' arms starts to hurt a little bit from all this fishing that you're doing. Your legs start shaking a little bit, and you kind of have to move positions many times.
How are you feeling, Rend? Should we go on or shall we call it here?
I'm tempted to keep going. I mean, less competition right now.
Well, the thing is, for 2 hours, and then we need to turn everything in before that, right?
Yeah, this is the last half hour of fishing.
And then we turn everything in?
Yeah.
Alright. Well, I'll go if you do.
One last time, okay?
So, I would like the two of you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no!
Natural 20.
Gosh, no.
You want to add your card to that?
I don't even know what my card is. I don't think it would help. My card's not high.
Question is, can you beat a 10?
No.
Alright. Basil, you decide to keep at fishing, so you gain 1 level of exhaustion.
Good thing I'm gonna rest after this.
and then you can go ahead and make your survival check with disadvantage. Whereas you, Rand, you just feel the drive. You feel reinvigorated now by all this fishing that's been going on, and you feel great. You feel like this is what you're meant to do. You feel like this is your moment to turn this around. So make a survival check with advantage, even. Because damn the natural 20. Oh, then.
Dark. He doesn't have dark vision.
Yeah. See, it just has little light.
It's a torch.
So, Basil, you keep on trying to fish, and you just at this point you just feel very tired, and every one of your jabs into the water with your harpoon is quite sluggish and a little bit imprecise, and you start to wobble in place
compared
a
to
little
what I was before. Ugh.
And time and time again, you stop to lean on your harpoon to catch your breath a little bit, and you notice that as you do, the harpoon, it seems you finally take notice that after so much fishing and catching fish, the harpoon is a little bent somewhat, and the edge isn't as sharp anymore. The edge of the weapon, and you notice well, no wonder it's been so tiresome having to compensate for how shoddy this equipment is. And you decide that, well, yeah, that's it. No more fishing for me. 2 hours of fishing is enough.
I'm tired.
Meanwhile, you, Rand, roll another d10. You catch 1 more pound of fish. As you also really
It's dark.
have a really hard time seeing the fish now, and you almost frantically just kind of keep looking around, trying to sniff for fish, but, well, they're on water, so the entire place smells of fish. So it's really tricky for you, and you just try your best to focus and try and catch more fish, but at the end you can't quite get any more. So this is it for you, Ren. The night, the whole competition seems to come to an end as all of you at the shore sees the druid woman, whose name escapes me, Tanaxley. She just kind of once again casts a skyrite to call everyone back to the shores, to the beach, to stop the competition.
Doug, I thought Tanoxalu was a horse folk woman, and you said the druid was a fox.
No, yeah, she is a horse. She is a horse folk, but there was another person near her that is a fox folk who was kind of just there, like an assistant, not the druid itself. The druid is the horse folk woman.
Okay, I thought you meant the fox folk woman was the druid. Okay.
And the competition. Yep, the competition sucks. Don't seem to do as hot on the fish. Well, seems to be doing a little bit better than Rand, actually.
It sucks. Oh wait, they're doing better than you.
So, as everyone just comes back to the shores, you do see another very athletic man, a bear folk who just has the physique of a fisherman, who seems to be just carrying on his shoulders a couple harpoons still loaded with fish, and strapped onto both his shoulders two sort of like baskets, weaved baskets, just filled to the brim with fish. And as he comes to the shore and just kind of slaps everything down and pulls out the fish from his harpoon and starts to count, they bring in a balance to measure fish against stones and such, to see how many fish the bear has caught. And he just starts tossing up all of his fish as Rand, you counted up all of your fish, and you have caught 24 pounds. Is that so?
Yep.
There you go. So yeah, the man definitely caught more fish than you.
Yeah. Fun.
However, you are not exhausted, and you get to receive back the rental for the harpoons.
Yay, 3 silver.
You get your 3 silver back. And then Basil, as you put up the last of your fish in the boat that that you and Sienna have helped bring back, I don't think that you need to wild shape into a horse to pull the boat with only 42 pounds of fish.
I mean, I don't know how heavy the boat is, and I don't know how easy the terrain is for the boat to slide over it.
Well, yeah, fair enough.
This is a valid point.
And the boat is not too heavy.
I mean, if it's not too heavy and I don't have to push it uphill too much, and it's like mostly grassy, I can just slide it across. Then yeah, me and Basil and Ren can just push it.
Yeah. The foldable boat has two forms. The small one is like a canoe that fits like 4 people at best. The other version,
like 8.
Yeah, the other version that is like the big one that fits 15 people. That one is ridiculous. But the small version is easy enough to just pull back into the beach, and the terrain is quite plain, so there's not any obstacles that you guys have to overcome to bring it back. It's pretty much just sailing it over the water until you get to the beach, and then pulling a few feet in. As you pull back the boat and start to count all of your fish, Basil, you count up 42 pounds of fish, right?
Yep, 42. Yeah, that last 30 minutes did not help me at all.
Oh, you poor bun. So, the bear folk who seem to have caught up quite a lot of fish, many of which are quite big and impressive even. As he puts the last fish and they count up in stones how many they weighed, they look at his pile of fish and then looks at your pile of fish, which are quite similar in size and height. But eventually the fox folk who was assisting with the whole festival, the whole competition, he just seems to think for a moment and then and we have a result. It would seem like this outsider here, the small rabbit, has won with 42 pounds of fish. Whereas you, Nemakui, unfortunately, that's only 37 pounds. Which is quite impressive, don't get me wrong, but man, the little guy here he's come to win, I'm afraid. And the bear folk, he just kind of grunts, but then he nods and walks up to you, Basil, and you can see that he's huge, almost 7 feet in height, and he just kind of looks down at you and just grunts a little bit and says, "Good job, little one."
I'm going to hold out my hand to him and say, it was an impressive competition. I appreciate that it was very close.
It was. You did a good job out there. And he just kind of...
So did you.
He just clasps your hand and almost the entirety of your forearm with his big bare paw and just kind of shakes almost your entire body as he shakes your hand. But then lets go and seems to laugh, quite a hearty laugh, and just goes off to bring back his pile of fish away. And you'd see the foxfolk coming up back at you and say, "So you seem like you won the competition. It's not unusual for outsiders to win the competition, but it's definitely happened many times before, but every time it happens is very tricky because we gotta explain the whole thing for you.
Sure. Go right ahead. Also, all this fish that I've caught, please, besides just a nice meal for me and my friends, definitely give this out to the whole village.
Wow, of course, that was the plan of the fishing competition already.
I figured as much. Seems like it would be the best thing to do.
Oh yeah, we don't expect to only one person or only one family to eat so much fish. But anyway, well, being outsiders, I don't know how much in all of our traditions, but a little bit later tonight there will be the Festival of Remembrance, where there will be a dance, and the matron will be telling the story of our village again, and we will be serving all this fish that you caught and other foods for a nice little banquet. And since you are the winner, you get the privilege of sitting in the main table, close, well, alongside the matron and nearest to the whole spectacle. And not only you, but you can also invite your friends.
Wow, what a wonderful gift. I mean, we would be glad to join you in your festival and the dance and the meal and be right up there. I'm actually quite excited about that. Is that tomorrow or is that tonight?
It's tonight, in about 1 hour, 2 hours ish. It shouldn't take too long.
Alrighty, great. I'll inform my friends back at the inn, and well, these two already know, so yes.
Of course, we'll have fun doing whatever you need to do. Probably taking a bath, you know, talking along with other folk around, just enjoying the festival, the music, and whatever else. And later at night, whenever the banquet is ready to be served, we'll serve your spot. Well, you and your friends, so we'll be waiting for you.
Wonderful. Rend, Sienna, shall we go back and tell the others the wonderful news?
Sure. We should also probably get rooms. I don't think we got rooms. We were out.
Of course.
Playing.
Really quick, is Tanoxily around nearby? Free?
She does seems to be around, yes. She doesn't seem incredibly free, though. She seems to just be waiting for these fox folk to finish talking to you before the both of them can go along to do further preparations for the festival. But if there's any time you imagine she would be free, it's right now. Because after now, she'll probably be busy for the remainder of the evening.
Okay, I want to speak to her in Druidic really quick.
Well, if you're going to do that, Sienna, I'll let you go ahead and handle that. I'll head over to the inn and tell everybody the good news. Well, the news in general.
I'll be right over. I just want to talk to her really quick.
Of course.
Okay.
So, Sienna, you and the foxfolk approach her, and she seems to be clasping both her hands and a smile on her face as she looks at you approaching Sienna, and she says, "Oh, your friends, they did do very well at today's fishing festival, didn't they?"
They did. They seem to enjoy themselves quite well. They're a little competitive, so I think it was a good way for them to get that out today.
It is indeed a very good place for many people to work out their differences in the most productive and amicable way we can.
I'm gonna switch to speaking in Druidic. And I'm going to ask her, be like, I know my friend Rand asked you before about a bearfolk woman named Jade who may have been in town. She's also a druid like us, and it's very important to him that we find her. And I'm just wanting to be certain that you haven't seen her or know anything about her or a bear spirit that she might be seeking or traveling with or communing with.
The bears are an integral part of our village and of our culture. There would be many other bear folk in here, but I am not entirely sure of this Jade your friend seems so keen on finding.
She would have arrived as an outsider.
Well, unfortunately, I don't know what else to tell you.
Okay, well, thank you. Um, how did you learn your druidry? Needed to be guided and taught through it. Are there other druids here? It seems like a very small village.
This. We have a long tradition. The Festival of Remembrance tells more of our tradition. And I hope you will stick around and watch it for yourselves. It shall explain a lot of questions you seem to have. But one druid to another, I was taught by my parents, who were taught by my parents' parents, who were taught by the leader of the village, who on their turn was taught by another leader, or their parents, or both. Our lineage is old, and though our numbers dwindle, we're still strong. And neither our culture nor our magic is lost.
I'm glad that you keep such traditions here with you. They're very good. They've always been right for me, I guess is the way to say it. I don't know. But thank you for answering my questions. I won't keep you any longer.
It's alright, my child. I hope you enjoyed the festival.
Wait, what did she call me?
My child.
Oh, my child. I thought you said my cow.
No.
I was very confused. I haven't changed shape yet. All right. Thank you. Yeah,
A gaming cow.
I'm not gonna be or wild shape into a cow. I'm going to thank her for her time and rejoin my friends.
Of course. And yeah, you quickly follow along Basil and Rand to the inn, and you notice that Basil seems to slow down significantly once he gets to the lodge, as exhaustion catches up with him, and he is just tired.
Basil, dear, is everything all right?
Won the contest.
I saw. Congratulations, dear.
I'm just a bit tired. It's 2 hours of straight fishing, and I'm not made for that sort of physique normally.
Perhaps a massage would help, dear. I can offer you assistance with that, as can Par.
By the way,
It wouldn't be a long one because we've also got some news.
Some news?
we were invited to sit at the head table because Basil won the competition.
Yes, with the head table at the festival tonight.
Big ol' fish fry.
That is indeed good news.
And I was allowed to invite all my friends, so... I mean, you all are my friends. So, of course, I'm inviting you.
I was speaking to Tanoxily, and she said that the festival may answer a lot of questions that we seem to have. So, attending it's a great idea. Plus, it'll be fun.
Yes, so shall we go? We just need to find where Donner and Har are.
The upstairs. Dinar! Har!
Uh, there are no upstairs. This is a single floor lodge. But yeah, it doesn't take too long before you find Donar and Par, who seem to have closed up their healing booth as soon as nighttime came by, and people stopped with all the fishing, and there didn't seem to be that many accidents. Except for one that we'll get into a little bit more details later. As night comes by, there's also the you go to one of the rooms to wake up Kra, who by now has had time to sleep for at least 6 hours with more than enough water and food to keep himself well sustained. So he does loses one level of exhaustion.
He's just gonna be up all night.
Yeah. You completely screwed up your sleeping schedule, but at least you're no longer as tired.
Kra, you can ride on Cheetak, and we'll go and have some fish tonight.
But I don't want to. I want to sleep.
You can sleep if you want, but you said you wanted to come to the festival.
Craig didn't say that. The player said that.
Oh.
Kra. It'll be nice.
Fun.
Okay.
Fresh
You can
cut
go
fish
back.
and you can sleep with a full belly.
Yeah, you can go to sleep afterwards.
We're all friends. We should do this together.
Yes, please. Besides, we can learn more about this village and at least enjoy some time not having to battle and everything. Come on.
In fact, you're looking a little tired there, Basil. Maybe you want to ride on Cheetak as well there.
I can walk.
I'll be alright. It's not that far. But, yeah, I am a little tired.
Would you like a very quick massage, dear, for 5 minutes or so?
If you want to do my shoulders, that would be fine.
Absolutely.
I can carry you to the vessel if you want, Basil.
I mean, I can walk there. It's all right. I'll be okay.
It's not that big of a town, guys.
You don't even really need to take the horse, it's just a walk.
So, all of you guys then, once you reunite yourselves, there's about 1 hour-ish before the beginning of the festival. Is there anything you guys would like to do in the meantime, or like anything you would try to
Basil's
achieve?
just going to kind of sit and relax because he's tired.
Neo will definitely make good on his offer of a shoulder massage for at least a few minutes, and if it won't be too much, he would like to put a little bit of, very, very little bit of shocking grasp into it to like stimulate the muscle a little bit.
ECT is very good at getting people to relax.
Just a little bit, not a whole lot. Very, very little.
Basil, we're just gonna attack these electrodes to your head.
By the way, please bite this rubber mouth guard.
Count the money that we made for Par and myself so we can add it to the funds.
I'll go ahead and roll for par because I have no idea.
I did want to talk to Neo privately, but I don't know how long it'll take for me to talk to Neo privately.
I mean, I'm
Well,
only
you have about an hour.
I'm only massaging Basil's shoulders for a few minutes because it's like all we can really afford, and Neo is free anytime after that.
Car can also do some more hands-on healing.
I mean, you have you have plenty of time to talk to one another if you would like to do that.
I would like to attempt to talk to Neo privately, just between the two of us,
Sure.
because I consider it a sensitive matter that I would like to discuss.
After I'm done with Rend, if Sienna wants to pull me aside, sure. How good did I do? Not with Rend, with Basil. How good did I do with Basil, by the way, with my minor electric massage?
Are you asking me or Basil?
I guess both, because I don't know if I need to roll anything.
I mean, you're a blue dragonborn. You know ways to harness electricity, so it's okay. I don't need to roll for anything.
Okay, good. Basil, dear, do you feel any better?
Well, my shoulders aren't so stiff. I'm still just tired. It took a lot out of me to do that fishing. But I think I'll be alright. I'll be up for this festival.
Very well, dear. If you would like another massage, I will always be around. For now, I see Sienna waving me over. I will go speak with her. Farewell, my dear.
So, when the two of you go out of the room and back into the lodge, you notice that there's a whole lot of people who seems to, well, everyone from your friends is gathered around Par and Regs, who seems to have gotten into some accident while fishing. You notice that Regs, his entire left lower leg is bruised. He seems to have twisted his ankle, which also seems swollen and has taken a odd coloration here and there. And Regs is the entire moment just kind of moaning very loudly and grasping the chairs and the table, just kind of sinking his claws into it. And Par doing his best to heal him, both with his magic and also with just traditional medicine.
I would just remind them that it's very important to keep that elevated.
And the Par nods, taking that into account as well, and helping Regs with tending to his fishing injury. And Regs keeps on just moaning in pain and shuddering a bit with as you know, people just kind of try and arrange the tables in, well, not the tables, but like the chairs in such a way that he can kind of lay down. Rex is just, I guess I will not go fishing again.
Can I balm of the summer court rags? Will that help?
No, Par has already healed him, like hit points wise. It's more so of an injury per se.
While they're doing that, I would like to cast Detect Magic.
Sure. You do not detect any magic that I can think of. Unless you're looking for something specific that I might have forgotten about.
I would like to check if Rax is casting an illusion or something.
No, he's not.
Okay.
He seems to have injured himself trying to partake in the fishing, into the fishing competition as well. I'm not entirely sure how it happened, but people just brought him here after they found him injured in the
did Par
beach.
treat him at all?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll look to Rags and like, I'm sorry you got hurt, but you know what, Rend, would you mind? Because I was invited to sit at the head table for the festival meal and stuff, so I'm inviting you too, Rags.
For dinner.
Yes.
I wish I knew that before. I was trying to catch a fish and make dinner for you all. As thanks for taking me in.
I'm going to walk up to him. I'm just going to grab his hands in mine, my hands, and I'm just going to look at him and I'm going to be like, and I really appreciate it. You got hurt because of that. But let me do this for you, okay?
Oh, alright, Basil. Thanks. I appreciate it.
And I'm going to look to Rend and I'm going to be like, Rend, would you mind carrying Rags with us when we head out?
Sure, why not?
And there's also the other bear folk who lost the competition to you, Basil. He seems to be the one who brought a Rags back, and he kind of just looks at you all and says,
I heard his name, right?
"No." Oh yeah, Namakui.
Namakwe. Thank you. I really do appreciate it.
Oh, don't worry. Your friend needs to learn how to do things the proper way. He did catch some fish, but I don't know that they're proper. And he holds out some 3 fishes that apparently Rags did catch, and Basil and Namakui just deposits these 3 fish into your hands. You notice that they're blasted by arcane energy, and you guess that they're probably ruined.
I'm just going to sigh, chuckle a bit, and just smile some, and just be like, yeah, he does. But it's the thought that counts, really. I hope to see you at the festival meal and everything later.
Of course, I probably won't be sitting as close to you all, but I've already seen this festival. Sometimes I won't miss it. By the way, I don't know how traveled you are, but if you ever find yourselves in Great Fort again next year, I want a rematch.
I'll make point of coming back because I would love to.
It's with you then. Next year, I'll win against you, little bunny.
I'll look up to him and grin and be like, well, we shall see, but I'll enjoy the competition.
Of course. Then he just turns, he nods, making sure that Rags is well taken care of, picks up his things and starts to leave.
I'm going to wave him off and be like, just be like that.
So, the entire the entire group reunites. Everyone is together, and it's about time for the festival. So I imagine you all just make your way over there, right?
Yeah, it's time, I assume.
To the festival.
Okay. So all of you leave the lodge, and it's very dark outside, but there's torches lit all over the place to make sure that the main street and the main thoroughfare is well illuminated, and the way to the where the festival is happening is also illuminated. There's torches all over the place, kind of like tiki torches, but not quite like that. They're just torches on poles, and it provides quite a good illumination. And when you go outside, you see that there's this very large tree where there's a bunch of people reunited around of, and you do see that there's some markers in place, little poles just kind of dug into the ground that seems to demark some sort of place or position that everyone seems to be avoiding. And you guess that that's where the main attraction will be happening, whatever it is. And there's table sets all over the place, and some very close to where the festival will be happening, and some other tables smaller and just kind of more spread out all over the place that didn't seem to be there too many hours ago. And a lot of people just kind of walk up to them and start to pick places, and you do notice that the closer tables fill up first, and as soon as the closer ones are filled, the ones in the back start to being filled as spaces start to run out. But there's always two tables that are reserved. One is for the people of the village, you guess the heads of the village, among them Tenoxily, who seems to already be there, accompanied by the foxfolk assistant, who's always beside her, and the other table that seems to have several spots, all of which are empty, apparently just waiting for you all.
We go over to the table, I guess.
Sure.
Yep.
A quick question. Are there only 7 chairs, or is there a chair for, like, everyone, including Lucas and Rags?
I would recommend a second chair for Rags so he can keep his leg elevated.
Oh yeah, there's there's plenty of spaces, and the table is one direction only. It's not like your guys are half in one side and half in the other. The tables seems to only have seats in one place because every table is facing the tree, and but yeah, it's pretty long, so you guys will be kind of side by side in a long line, but still there is place for everyone.
So this is Last Supper style.
Yeah, yeah.
Would Rags be able to have a second chair to keep his leg elevated?
Sure, they procure a chair easy enough, and they put it beside him where he can keep his leg elevated. And Par sits right next to him to be able to keep up the treatment. in the best way that he can. And all of you guys just start sitting down. And as you all sit down, a whole lot of people, you see a lot of other folks, well, dog folk, shepherds, other horse folk and fox folk, who seem to be coming out with big platters of assorted foods and such, many salads and fruits, and they just kind of start setting it down on the tables. And even for those who do not eat the fish, there's still more than enough food to keep you going for days. There's all manner of vegetables, cooked, steamed, grilled even. Same thing with fruits. They're chopped in many ways, and some of them are just in huge bowls with at least dozens of apples and dozens of pears and oranges and other such things, and fish. Every manner, shape, form, size, and weight of fish you can imagine. With the seasoning is kind of a little bit on the lean side. It's not too fancy with the seasoning, but there's plenty of fish to go around. And they just start serving all it up in the tables where you guys are sitting. And as soon as you do, as soon as they set it down, a whole lot of people just start gobbing up their food. The people in the further away tables, once they get their food as well, they just kind of start serving themselves and making quite a meal, as everyone just kind of starts chatting up, eating, and apparently just enjoying themselves as the final steps of the festival are being set. Who has high passive perception? I guess Basil.
17.
Sienna would.
15.
I think Sienna and Tar both have 17s.
Mine is
I have a
16.
15.
Mine is 16.
Okay, yeah, everyone with a passive perception above a 15, so Kra, Basil, Par, Sienna, all of you notice that there's this space by the base of the tree that was marked with poles that seems to be very empty up. And you notice that around it there's a lot of people who just seems to be hanging out there, just talking to one another and setting up things. And you see that they have, for some reason, loaded up a boat on top of the tree. You're not entirely sure why, but they did.
A boat on the tree.
Yeah. It takes you a while to notice that because it's camouflaged by all the branches and the leaves. But eventually you do notice that there is a boat sitting on top of the tree. Well, not on top, but like on the branches and such, hidden from view. And thus, once everyone has had enough time to eat up all the foods and enjoy themselves through conversation, a little bit of revelry, all manner of drinks are brought forth: ale, mead, and more ale and wine. All manner of drinks are being brought forth. People just kind of stand up from the tables they're sitting and go talk to people on other tables away. Many people stop by your table, trying to be as respectful as they can, being so close to the elder of the village. And so many people come to congratulate you, Basil, for winning the competition. You see many smaller versions of Rend, the other dog folk of the village, some fox folk, bear folk, some hobgoblins as well. So many people come to congratulate you.
And of course, every time someone else comes up, I grin, I smile, I thank them, and I'm just very appreciative and everything when they keep coming by. Everyone that does.
Legend girl wave.
Yep.
So it's pretty nice, pretty chill, and pretty welcoming. You feel like this is a lovely place, and everyone here is just incredibly happy with everything that's going on. So, and you don't even imagine how life could be bad in a place like this. Of course, doesn't have all the comforts of living in the big cities like you have before, but still, for being such a small town, it seems nearly perfect.
It feels warm to me. It is really comforting.
So nice here.
And eventually, eventually all the shatter seems to die very quickly around you, and all of you look up to notice that the elder Tenakshli, she seems to have stood up and made her started to walk and made her way towards the front of the tables to overlook everyone standing beside the tree, and she just holds both her hands out and starts talking. I would like to welcome everyone back into Greyford. Newcomers, outcomers, and the old folk who remember our old name. Every year we hold a festival of remembrance to make sure that our history is not forgotten and that our tradition is not lost to time and to enemies. This time we have another spectacle set up, a reenactment of our story. Everyone, I hope you enjoy. And also, what you see here tonight is not how everything went down. Things were much, much worse. But to evoke such imagery in everyone's hearts once again would be too cruel. So I hope that the images you see tonight don't bring sadness into you, but rather hope to know that our people can keep on going and that not all is lost. And she starts to make her way back towards the towards her table, and she just kind of makes a wave of her hand as she says some druidic words, and you see the some torches nearer to the tables. They just seem to shudder with the wind and dim quite a lot, bringing a very making the entire region much more gloomier and darker, until these poles near the spectacle area, they light up, and then you see some people starting to walk into this area, dressed in very elaborate costumes. And as everyone just kind of keeps quiet, just watching very attentively, you notice that you're about to watch a theater performance of some kind.
Yes, dinner theater.
Basil's going to just be staring intently at this.
I know of an archfey that hates the theater.
Come again, Rand?
Oh no, that was player. I was just making a joke.
Okay, I couldn't hear your voice is a little muffled. So, they... At first you see a dog folk who looks like another one of the many persons in this village who looks like Rand. They walk up through the to to the tree itself, and then they just kind of start walking around the tree with one of their hands outstretched towards the tree. And they start to sing a song, a very gentle, soft song to themselves, more so humming. And you, Rand, you feel an odd sense of recollection. This song, it just feels so familiar, so ingrained in your mind, and yet you don't know what it is. But you recognize the song as a song that forever, ever since you knew that what the world was, ever since forever, this song's been in the very back of your mind, and every time you try to recall it, it's just out of grasp, out of touch, out of reach. And yet it's being sung, hummed out loud in here by this dog folk who's walking around the tree in this dance of sort. And as they do, you see all of you see that from atop the tree, leaves are just being kind of thrown, so they flutter down. And eventually these dog folk, as they walk around the tree with one hand outstretched and the other to their chest as they're singing and humming, eventually the crunching of leaves add up to the melody as they walk around. And as you're all focusing on the dog folk walking around, all of you fail to notice another figure who seems to walk up to the tree under the cover of the leaves and such. And once the dog folk does another turn around the tree, this other figure just jumps out of the leaves and into the path, and the dog folk just stops. And then they start to have a conversation. "Oh, and who are you, stranger who appears in front of my path?" And the other person who's camouflaged by leaves, wearing a costume that's pretty much made of entirely leaves and such, it just speaks in a very distant, somber tone. "You are from the village. You and your kind have for ages watched over these woods, these people. Your kind has deserved the protection. Your kind has deserved a gift. Your kind has deserved to become a Nagual." And as they say that, you see many other people in costumes, animal costumes. They kind of just walk up to the whole place and start running circles around the tree, and then around the dog folk who is becoming surrounded, and they start to look desperate from one side to another, like almost as if something bad is about to happen. But then all the people in animal costumes, they just stop and bow, a very deep bow, almost kneeling in front of the person. And one by one, the people in animal costume, they just stand up and start saying their own lines. "You can help us find our path in the dark, and you can help our people not starve during winter, and you can help our kind not be overtaken by predators." And the spirit, the person in the leaves costume, just says, "I grant you the gift of the Nagual. From now on, you can speak to the animals of the forest, and you can see what they see. Your senses, your thoughts are to be melded by them. Only in such a way you can become truly a guardian." and then the person in the leaves costume just starts to lay down on the ground, once again camouflaging themselves amongst the leaves, and the people in the animals costumes just start running circles around the dog folk once again. Who someone from the top of the tree just starts throwing more leaves, and this dog folk just looks around and says, "So now I can talk to all of you. You can understand me, and I can understand you. And your thoughts, your senses, your woes. I can see through your eyes, and I can feel what you feel. What an amazing gift to have been bestowed upon me. And my kind, I shall do my best to protect the woods and this place until the end of my life, and I shall teach my sons and daughters to do the same for as long as our kind exists." And you see that once again this dog folk just outstretches one of their arms towards the tree and puts a hand to their chest and starts once again humming that song and just walking around the tree, and the people in the animal costumes just kind of start following them, and just as they're following behind the dog folk, they just keep chanting, "Our guardian, our leader, our guardian, our leader, Tlatoani, Big Skittle, Tlatoani, Big Skittle." And eventually the dog folk just kind of keeps running around the tree, and eventually they just kind of stop. Well, not stop, but they slow down all the circles that they're doing, and another dog folk has made their way up to the stage, and they just sort of stand there, kneeling down, and the first dog folk just stops in front of them, puts their hands to their shoulders, and says, "My son, my time has come to an end, and now you shall carry on my legacy. Protect these lands, as I bestowed upon you, as once it was bestowed upon me, the gift of the Nagual." And then you all just see this dog folk that was kneeling down, standing up, and this other dog folk just walks away from the stage, back into the back towards the tables that by now is so gloomy and dim, with the absence of light, that they pretty much just walk out of the theater, and the theater, quote unquote. And then the other dog folk once again starts running circles around the tree, once again just humming that same song. And a few more times you do see people, they change places once again. The dog folk runs a few circles and then stops, touches the shoulder of a horse folk this time around, and utter similar words, but instead of "my son," they just say "my ward" or "my apprentice," and people just change places time and time again. Eventually, you see the another dog folk coming up to the theater once again, and this dog folk, who seems very there seem to have quite an imposition to them as they walk up, and they kneel down, and eventually the bear folk that's running their rounds stops upon them and says, "And I bestowed upon you the gift that was once bestowed upon me, the gift of the Nagual." And the bear walks off, and this other dog folk stands up, and instead of running around the trees like all the others have done, he just says, "I will do my best to protect this land with the power that has bestowed upon me by my kind." And as he starts to walk around the tree humming the song, he, instead of running like all the others, he walks very slowly, and as he hums the tune, it seems to take a different tone to it. It doesn't seem as happy and hopeful as the previous people who were humming the tone. It seems a little bit more somber and a little bit more depressive even. And eventually all the animal folk who are following this dog folk, the people in animal costumes, they just run off of the stage, and eventually this dog folk is walking around the tree alone. And eventually, as he keeps humming the tune and walking, he seems to stop, and he looks around himself. And you all now see other people coming from the shadows with costumes that you can't quite discern what they are. These costumes are very darkened and very very dark. They don't seem to have any actual features that you recognize or see or can see what it is, and they seem to be holding torches in their hands, and they just kind of wave the torches around, almost in a menacingly manner. And this other dog folk, the Nagual, that seems to be running around, he looks at these other three performers who walk up with the torches and says, "And who are you, foul beasts? You're the ones who have been attacking this village. You're the ones who drove the animals away. You're the ones who have ruined our lives. You've done this for too long now. Leave us be, and do not come back, for we are done." But the people in costumes with the torches, they just keep running circles around the dog folk, as the dog folk just seems to completely droop his arms and kneels down and just lowers his head, almost as if accepting his end. And at this point, you see very loud noise and just people shouting from above the trees, it would seem. And eventually, the boat that some of you had seen before starts to be lowered. And you see, as the boat is being lowered, you see two persons in the boat with a very weird costume that you're not entirely sure what it is. One seems to be some sort of a lizard, and another some other type of brown dog folk. And as the boat is being lowered, they start to shout, and they point at the creatures in the darkened robes, and the darkened robes creature, they just kind of start to hiss and yell and run away as the ship is lowered. And one of the creatures, the one in the dog folk costume, he seems to say, "And Garat thinks this village has been saved." And the other person in this very weird lizard costume says, "I think you are right. The guild would like to know of this. And you, villager, what has happened here?" And you see the dog folk who had been kneeling on the ground. He stands up, turns to the two people in the boat, and just says, "My village has been destroyed. My folk, my people have been scattered. There are no more of us. We have been ended. Our village of Teoxihutlu exists no more. We are over. We are done. I failed as a Nagual." And the people in the boat, they just kind of outstretch their hands towards the dog folk and say, "Fear not, for hope can be found in the weirdest of places. Don't give up. We shall help you." And you see the dog folk standing up and walking towards the two performers in the boat, and he touches both of their hands with his and says, "I don't know who you are, but I thank you from the bottom of my heart for saving whatever little is left of us." And you see that now the dog folk gets up on the boat, and the boat starts to being raised into the tree again, and you see that The tree branches, they kind of creak quite a lot as the boat is being raised, but eventually they manage to raise the entire boat, and the tree performers vanish on top of the tree. And then you see, walking up to the stage now, a bear folk with a long veil on their heads and on their bodies, and they just walk up to the tree, and they look to one side, and then they look to another, and they just start walking around the tree and humming once again. And you see that as this bear folk starts humming that very familiar song, the people in animal costumes, they start to return and follow her around as she walks around the tree, and she hums that song, Rand, that's been nagging at you for so long, but now it feels extra familiar. You recognize not only the song, but the voice that is humming it, and you feel your senses heightening and your eyes just go wide as you watch, entranced as Jade walks around around the tree humming the song. And Rand, as you look and hear the song, you can't help but to feel drawn to it. And the song just gets in your head. And you feel your senses dulling a little bit as everything around you just disappears, and the only thing that is remaining is you and that song, the humming, and you feel drawn to it, and you start to stand up and look at the bear folk, and you kind of just reach out to her. And as you try, Rand, the song just gets in your head, and you collapse.
Where does he collapse?
Backwards into the ground.
Okay, I was hoping it wasn't on the table, but yeah, checking on him immediately.
I would turn and look and be like, Rend?
So all of you just kind of walk around to see Rand unconscious on the ground, and you're not entirely sure what's going on, but you're just like, Rand, what the hell?
Can I medicine check him?
Sure, go for it.
Not that I've ever had a good medicine check as this character.
Do it.
I've clicked it. It's 19. Hey, look at that.
You, Sienna, looking at Rand, you notice that he is, he seems to have fallen asleep somehow. You're not entirely sure, but it seems that Rand just fell asleep. He's comfortably on the ground. He seems to just be, with his facial expression relaxed a little bit, as he looks very peaceful as he lays there in the ground.
I'm going to kick him.
No.
Yes.
He's
No.
All right.
Yes.
No.
So Kra, you walk up to kick him. Rand,
Fuck is it?
you look around and you see yourself in a lake. The same lake you had been fishing up until now, except that you're much further from the shore. And you look around, the sky is grayish. Everything as you look around is somewhat grayish. And you notice you're on a boat. And when you look in front of you, you see the bear folk with the green eyes. You see Jade just sitting there, watching you. You're finally awake, Rand?
What? Jade, what's going on? Why are we on a boat?
You finally made your way back here. I thought you would be... I was afraid you might be late, that you might have gotten lost along the way, but I'm glad you're here. You have to forgive me, Rand, but I have not been forthcoming with you ever since I met you. I've deceived you.
What do you mean you saved me?
I deceived you.
Oh, okay.
I knew all along that you were an Agual. I've been sent from this village to find you. And I did. But I could not imagine a way to bring you here. Not with how things were going and what was happening. But you're finally here. You finally found your home. Rend, you saw the performance. You know what you are. Our people have been destroyed, have been scattered for so long. We need a new leader. We need an Agual to lead our people. We need you, Rand.
Is Rags pulling a trick on me? Cause I'm sorry, you just said you wanted me to be a leader.
Yes, Rand. Your parents, they were our previous leaders. They did not survive the attack. And your aunt, she could not lead us anymore. We need someone from the old lineage. We need you to lead us.
Jade, you know me. I'm a fighter, not a leader. I see it. I'm a hammer to a nail. I see a nail. I hit it.
Rend, you are young. You might not think you have it in you, but neither did your parents when they became the leaders of our village. Neither did any of your grandparents and everyone that came before. None of them were ready. But they led us through centuries. And now is your time, Rand.
Are you even real? I don't know what's going on here.
I am Rio, yes. But I'm not the person you met, Rand. I'm not young. I'm not the little girl you met. I'm much older. I saw you. I saw your parents when they were young themselves. I saw this village being attacked. I'm the one who fled with you when you were just a young child. I'm not the Jade you knew. I'm someone else. But I am Rio, yes.
Rend right now just looks very conflicted and lost right now.
I hope you understand, Rand. The only persons who can lead us is you or your cousin. You're the only ones who are true descendants of the Nagual. Only you possess the blessing, the original blessing. I'm really sorry I tricked and deceived you, Rand, but see for yourself. This village used to flourish with life. What we have is but a scrap of what we used to be. Come on, Rand. It's time to wake up. And Jade, she just puts both her hands to the boat, and as soon as she does, you see that the boat just starts to dissolve. And as it does, it splits in half, and the half you're in starts to dissolve, and quickly the wood just corrodes and becomes dust. And once it finishes corroding, you just start to sink, and you sink underwater. And as you look up, desperate to see some light, you just keep hearing Jade's voice saying, "It's time to wake up, Rand, and do your duties. It's time to step up as the leader you were always meant to be."
What's your real name?
And with that, Rand, you wake up in the ground, surrounded by your friends who seem very concerned by the fact that you're flopped on the ground.
Rend, what the hell happened?
He just gets up and bolts back to the inn.
God damn it! Not again. And
Not
I'm
me
going.
this time. I'm following.
And then I'm sprinting after him, but I'm tired, so it's going to take a bit.
Sure.
The wild shape. I need to catch up to this man.
Okay, the two of you, Basil and Sienna, you do your best to follow after Rand as he runs towards the inn, and you see that Rand just kind of completely dashes, leaving all of you behind, and you try to do your best to follow him without knocking out so many people who are just still finishing dinner and also watching the festival and also watching whatever just happened, and there's just so many people around, and you kind of navigate through the crowd until all of you eventually reach the inn where Rand has running to.
I think we need to stop trying to solve our problems in this party by running away.
Yes,
think we need to
I
stop
agree with
to-
that.
Yep.
So Rand, you have run to the inn. What are you doing?
I'm just going into the room I got and locking the door, just kind of quietly freaking out in there.
So Sienna and Basil, as you guys reach the inn, you see that the only person in there seems to be the foxfolk, who is the innkeep, who is looking just confused as he's also looking at the door and says,
We have no idea.
Is everything all right with your friend? He's not throwing up in there, is he?
It's not from
No.
the food.
Okay. Do you need help with something? With him, I mean?
Do you have a key to the room?
I imagine I do. Just a moment.
And while he's doing that, I'm going to go up to the door and knock on it, and I'm going to be like, Rand, why are you locked yourself in your room?
Doug, because Rand has told us what Jade looks like in the past, did any of us recognize the final Bearfolk performer as Jade? Or did we see something different than he did?
You did see a bearfolk, but it didn't look like Jade, or rather, it didn't look like any of his descriptions of Jade, especially because you couldn't see her precisely because she had a veil on her. So her whole face was hidden from view. And you never knew her voice to recognize it as being Jade.
Rand opened the door.
Come on, Rand.
Are we there yet?
Yeah, the rest of the party that's following, are they with us too?
Is the rest of the party following along?
Of course.
Worried about Rend after all.
He sort of passed out and then ran the fuck away. I think we're all worried about him.
Okay. I'm assuming Donar is coming along too, right? Meta?
Yes.
Okay. And sure, why not? Par is very slowly but surely bringing Rags along. And Lucas is also following you. So yeah, pretty much the entire party just goes back to the inn to check up on Rand, who is still locked in the room.
I'm just going to cast knock on the door.
Alright, so as the innkeep is still trying to fiddle around with boxes full of shenanigans behind the counter, trying to look through forks, spoons, and other metallic things, trying to find keys. Cry, you just walk up to it and boom, casts knock on the door. That with a very loud noise just kind of clunks, and the door just kind of slides open a little bit. Well, not slide, but creaks open a little bit.
Well, if nobody's gonna do it, I'm gonna push open the door.
I was just going to about do that.
So as both Sienna and Basil walk to the door at the same moment and push it open, what happens next, you guys?
Well, what's Rand doing on the inside? Is he like curled up in the fetal position, or like staring out a window, or bashing his head against a wall?
Yeah, what is Rand doing?
He's kind of in the field position, banging his head against the wall.
I'm gonna try to pull him away from the wall.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll help, but Neo can at least put a mage hand between Ren's head and the wall.
Might help, but we need to get him to stop smacking his head on things. It's not healthy.
Yeah.
So, Rand, you, as you're there, just kind of curled up, trying to digest the entirety of the last 15 minutes, even. There's just so many thoughts going through your head of what you have believed for the last couple decades. What you have come to know, what has led you here, what has happened. You try to digest all of those feelings, those sentiments, all of those ideas, all this knowledge and all this revelation, and it's just too much. And you can't even seem to be able to think straight until you just find that your party, your friends, have broken into your room and are now everyone just sort of doing their best to hold you in place and make sure that you stop trying to bash the confusion and the feelings away by knocking your head on the walls. So Rend, as you finally manage to calm down a little bit, calm down enough at least that you're no longer bashing your head against the wall or running away, you find that Basil and Sienna are standing inches from you, looking very worried. Are you doing anything, Rand?
And is trying to calm himself a bit right now. Jade kind of lied to me.
You had another vision while you were asleep.
Yep.
What was this one like?
I was on a boat in the middle of the lake. Jade was in the boat with me. Oh God.
You can tell us, Ren. We're all your friends here.
My parents were apparently the leaders of this village.
Why do you think so?
That means it got dramatic right after that reveal.
Yeah, it was oddly timed.
So, you're a leader. At least, the heritage of a leader.
Yeah. And apparently Jade... At this point, I don't know if I ever knew Jade or if she was real. I don't...
What do you mean you don't know if she was real?
Jade is apparently much older than I thought.
Basil's just going to... Well, you know, ladies never like to discuss their age in the first place.
Apparently, she brought me to my adoptive parents.
I
That's
mean...
a lot older.
Yeah, it's a lot older. I mean, it kind of makes sense.
I mean, for you to freak out like this, she had to have told you more than just her age. I get being the leader of a village you've never been to might cause a mild existential crisis, but you're in full-blown shock.
Apparently, I'm supposed to lead this goddamn place now because only a freaking Nagual can lead it. Don't. I'm not a leader. I'm a fighter. I hit things. I'm like a hammer. I see a nail, I hit it. Does that sound like a good leader?
Well, apparently Jade thought you were meant to be. So,
Besides that, people can grow into and learn how to be a better person or do the work that they need to do.
if it's something you're meant to do, maybe we need to talk to Tanoxali. She's the current leader.
Yeah, I mean,
And I don't remember if she told me this exactly, but Tuitak is like my cousin.
I mean, that explains why he looks so much like you.
And just, it's a lot at once. I mean, the Gwal thing makes sense. I never really knew how to do those spells, Sienna. And I just woke up with them in my head.
Well, you said she was a druid. Maybe she gave you some of the teaching.
quite possibly.
Neo, I don't suppose you ever heard about that happening in your time as an arcane teacher.
Should I make an Arcana roll for that?
This would be more of an... Man, what even? I would say a history check.
That's about the same as my Arcana, so I can do either or.
Sure. Yeah, go for it. You can be Arcana, yeah, why not?
It's obscure enough it falls under Arcana.
Yeah. So, what was the question again?
If Neo has encountered anything like the display in the town just now, the visions that came to Rend, other things like that.
I was specifically asking Neo if in his time as an arcane teacher, he had ever encountered a situation where somebody had just sort of like woken up with magic that they didn't really understand, that they felt had been given to them in a vision or the such.
Yeah, most definitely. You have heard of such things, Neo. Many people who seem to out of nowhere seemingly are able to conjure up magic, who didn't ever get any formal training, who never studied, who never who for whatever reason started just woke up knowing how to do magic, or still having magic but not necessarily knowing how to control it. And some people who never even had contact with any sort of magical things, any magical or arcane happenstances, and some of those people that you have been able to do a little bit of investigation, you have been able to trace it back to some sort of lineage sort of thing. People who maybe them themselves have not done anything like that, but their parents or grandparents had at one point in their life come in contact with something which granted their lineage magical abilities. And you imagine that indeed the reason why Rand is able to sense what animals do and talk to them is because of his lineage.
It is indeed possible, Sienna dear. There are instances where a person may have come in contact with a deity who has granted them powers, or perhaps somewhere in a person's lineage they have encountered magic in some way, shape, or form and has passed it on down their bloodline. It's quite possible, seeing as Rend may have relatives here in Greyford, that his current powers may have descended from someone here. It does not always manifest itself right away. It may take some time, but sooner or later, their spark may ignite, so to speak.
Could an event like I don't know. He got hit in the head really hard. Getting smacked in the head really hard cause this. Could trauma cause this?
This spark may manifest itself in many ways. It's not unheard of for someone to fall into a sleep in some way, shape, or form, whether it's from a magically induced sleep or a blow to the head. It is not unheard of for a spark to manifest itself in this manner.
Remember, kids, if you want magic, just beat the crap out of each other.
It is not recommended.
Those with the family history of magic should attend.
But the important thing here is that it is quite possible members of Ren's family may have passed this spark down into him.
So, you're saying it's inherited?
In quite a few instances, yes, it is inherited from the parents. Not necessarily both. It can just be one or the other, or it could possibly skip a generation. Regardless, it has come from the past bloodline.
Okay, got it. I kind of knew it came from my parents. Jade told me that. It's
If you would like help better controlling this, Rend dear, I am always available.
it's fairly easy to control, seeing as it's a ritual more than me just instantly casting anything.
So to be fair, based on the nature of these spells, if you wanted help talking to myself or Tanoxily,
I cannot hear you all.
Yeah, you start muffling a little bit.
what? Why?
I don't know, you're just getting muffled.
You are better now?
Yeah, you sound a bit better.
I don't know what happened, but okay. But if you, because of the nature of the magic, and apparently the origin of said magic, looking at the town's story, if you wanted help expanding or better understanding, myself, Tanoxily, Tuitaka would be the people you'd want to talk to. It's not arcane magic. It may not even count as magic. It's based on your point of view. It's just communing with spirits of nature. It's an understanding.
I should talk with someone in the morning, right? I just kind of had a big freak out back there.
I would recommend in the morning, yeah.
Yeah, you kind of did freak out there.
I'm gonna get a bottle of alcohol and pass out if that's okay.
Be careful. Basil might teach you a lesson for that.
One bottle, a small one.
Ren's gonna go to the bar and ask for a bottle of the strongest thing they have.
So, Rand, as you make your way to the bar to ask for it, you can see that it's still completely empty, except for a man at the door. And when you look at him, you notice that it is indeed yourself, or rather, someone who looks eerily like yourself. You see Teuitaka just standing there, looking at the whole conversation that you're all having from a very respectable distance, and he just notices you coming up, and he just... It's an odd look that he has on his face as he just kind of looks at you making your way to the bar.
I look at him and say, "Hey there, cousin."
He looks at you and seems to squint as he seems to ponder a little bit of whether or not he approaches, but eventually he does. He starts walking up to you and says, I can't imagine that you're dealing with this well.
Oh, so you do know Jade?
I did not until tonight. Tenoxley
He's passed out at the lake. She's talking to you.
No. Tenoxley, she's been telling me time and time again that I'm special, that I need to help this village, and that I might lead it one day, but it wasn't until tonight that I finally understood what everything is and why that is. And I did not even know I had a cousin, that I had any family.
Neither did I. Want a drink?
We're hearing all this, right?
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
Sure. Yes, I'll indulge you in a drink. And the bartender, he kind of looks at you and says, "Whoa, Teuitaka, I knew I saw something odd in this new person here when he came by. I didn't know that he looks exactly like you. Huh. People could say that you are twins if they didn't know any better. Here you go, 2 mugs of ale." And he puts up 2 cups of ale for the 2 of you, for 5 copper pieces. And
I'll give him 2 silver and said, "Get a second one ready."
he just nods, and instead of bringing up another cup of ale, he just brings up an entire gallon for you guys to indulge in as the night goes by. And Teuitaka, he just kind of sits by you and starts sipping into his own ale. And he, every now and then, he seems to look into his cup and then straight into you, like at you, but then back into his cups. And he just kind of seems to do this back and forth between eyeing you and his cup before he just coughs. So, you two are an orphan, right?
Yep, but I was apparently on another continent.
That's far. I guess I wasn't brought that far away. I was raised here. Uh, I was taught how to hunt, how to live in the woods and forage and help the village as best as I could. I grew up with these stories, but they never got past beyond that point of being just stories until tonight. And I don't know. I thought that I just really liked the way I handled things. That they thought I had just potential. That I was just good at it. Not that I came from a lineage or anything. And what about yourself? What did you knew anything before now? Did you?
I'm grew up on a farm. Raised by two lovely fox folk. However, I couldn't keep out of fights. I just liked fighting in general. So much so, I did it for coin. Freaking fun. Never to the death, though. Couldn't do that unless it was necessary.
I see. I guess we sort of had something in common. I was also kind of a troublemaker when I was younger. Kind of kept getting beaten up, but then beating back other kids here. But then we grew out of it, and I learned how to hunt. I don't imagine you do a whole lot of hunting, do you?
I do work for a hunter's guild now, but I just honed my fighting, to be fair.
Well,
Less punching people in the face, more how do I effectively take down this person?
well, that's quite something. Then actually, she kept telling me that I never really understood exactly what she meant by this. She always told me that I needed to, if I were to learn how to lead this village one day, that I needed to leave it and explore the world. Seemed very contradictory, if anything. It didn't seem like it would do me any good, but I do suppose that there's a lot going on out there that I will never learn if I spend my whole life here.
Yeah, I would agree with that. In fact, my friend Basil would probably be telling you the exact same thing. If you only ever fight one opponent, you'll never learn how to fight others.
Well, yeah, I learned that very well. Got really good at hunting boars, but there are some other creatures in this forest that I'm not super great at. Not without, the asking for help. Because apparently you too can talk to animals. right?
Yeah. I have a question. Have you noticed that mosquitoes are just pricks?
Oh yeah, but
I mean, even when you talk to them, they're just assholes.
well, I noticed that very early on. I mean, I don't know where have you spent most of your life, but in here, there's so many frogs, and I just love telling mosquitoes to go down by over that place, by the pond, because there's some, deliciousness there. I just see
Oh yeah.
the pricks getting eaten by frogs. That's, oh, I I wasted too much time doing that, but it never gets old.
Oh, I like that. You ever tell a bird to go crap on someone?
I have not yet, but I'll definitely give that a try. I normally tell
And not
birds.
twice. It's always fun when it's perfectly timed. One time, this guy was just outside talking with a drink in his hand. I managed to have the bird crap in his drink.
Oh man, that's just nasty.
The guy just
You know what, Rand? I'm happy that I got to know you and know that I have family. I think our lives are gonna be much different, much better from now on. I hope, at least.
well, it'll definitely be more interesting. And I need more information about this whole thing.
I agree. So, how about this? We leave this serious talk into tomorrow, but for tonight, we just drink and get to know one another. How about that?
Sounds like a plan, friend.
Sounds like a plan indeed. And thus, the two of you just spend the whole night filling the cups and drinking again and again. For the night, just bonding and getting to know one another, and seeing that despite growing up in such different places and such different cultures, there's still something that connects the two of you to such a degree that you imagine if it's just some sort of familiar connection, if it's fate, or if it was just meant to be.
I guess by the end of the night we're going, I love you, man.
Kinda, yeah. By the end of the night, the two of you are completely hammered, and quite boisterous too. But despite that, it's I would say that the two of you have a very nice evening, talking and drinking. So, as you do that, Rand, the remainder of you notices that Rand and Tiwitaka seems to be getting along well and talking quite a lot, but they also seem not interested at all in discussing their futures for tonight. So, is there anything the remainder of you would like to do?
Is the festival thing still going on back over at the where we left it?
There are no more shows or anything of that sort. It seemed like there was only the show and banquet and food, which you had eaten a lot of already before the show even started. As people were getting prepared and finishing up things, you all were eating. But by now, if you were to go back, there's still food around. There's people talking, but there's no more shows happening. But yeah, it would seem like there's plenty of food still going on. And some people still humming that song. It would seem to be quite a popular folklore, a piece of folklore here. That one particular song.
Well, I would think about it, and then I would go over to Sienna, but notice that she's deep into a conversation of herself, and apologize that I was interrupting her. I was just going to invite you back to the center to enjoy more of the festivities, but since you are busy, I'll leave you to your discussion with Nox, and I'm going to find where Par is and where he's carrying rags, and I'd be like, well, it looks like things are alright here. Par, would you like to go enjoy the festivities more? And I would take him with me, maybe grab legs, and we'd all go back and enjoy the rest of the evening until we head to sleep.
Sure.
Neo would go with them, but if they're going to take Rags with them, he will refrain and just go be with Lucas.
Fair enough. Basil, you do get Par and Rags, and the three of you make your way back to the festival, and you see that despite there not being any shows going on, there are still people humming. Some people have picked up instruments and are playing some songs. And there are some folk who are just dancing very slowly after all the food that they ate, but still trying to have fun. And you just sort of join the fun, the three of you. Well, not Rags actually. Rags just kind of sits by and watches everything, but he seems very happy to see such festivities, and you'd see that despite Rags not being able to partake in the entire fun, he seems to still keep doing little magic tricks for some kids that kind of just hover around him.
Well then, if Par's there, and if there was some dancing going on, I'd be like, Par, come. We might as well enjoy the night.
And sure, Par goes along and starts dancing with you, Basil. Just the two of you doing your best to learn the local dance that they have and be a part of it. And it's one of those folk dance that is not like just two pairs dancing. It's one of those dances where people just kind of keep switching pairs, and then there's this whole big numbers where people kind of get together to make an arc, and people dance under the arc, kind of going back and forth, and the arc just kind of
All
keeps
sorts
going.
of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's those kinds of dance, and everyone just starts partaking, and the two of you have a whole lot of fun doing that. To the point that Basil, you even forget how tired you were. You're still tired, but you forget about that and enjoy yourself quite a lot.
I'm just letting myself enjoy myself for a moment.
Sure. What about everyone else?
Anything?
I got nothing.
Yeah, Lucas is just going to spend the rest of the day with... Neo's going to spend the rest of the day with Lucas in a room.
Alright. So, eventually, all of you talk and dance and drink until the night ends. Well, the night comes to an end, and people start to go to their respective rooms about-ish, like 2 or 3 in the morning. Well, not the rooms, but like their homes. And the people who have rented rooms, they go into their rooms in the inn, and eventually night comes and everyone just goes to bed, and everyone enjoys a long rest. Even you, Kra, you too enjoy a long rest. Why not? So you get to lose yet another level of exhaustion.
Finally.
So, morning comes. All of you wake up in the Bashed Dragon Lodge. And you all reunite in front of the in front of it, ready to decide what to do next. But before you can even go on to do your own plans, you see stopped in front of the lodge, Tanaxley, who just seems to have her hands crossed and just seems to be waiting for all of you to come out before she approaches, specifically eyeing you, Rand. So, you have finally learned the truth, have you not?
Would appear so.
And what do you think of the truth now that you know it?
I'm still a little overwhelmed.
Well, I would imagine it's quite overwhelming indeed. Regardless, now that you know what destiny has in store for you and your cousin, I hope you will consider it.
Tutak is a nice guy.
He says the same of you. So, Rent, now that you know where you come from, who you are, and what you are you ready to start training to become the leader of our village, of our people?
I mean, I kind of already know how to fight.
I take that is a yes then.
I'm willing to hear it out at the very least. Try it.
Are you going to stay here, Rand?
I don't know yet.
It does not take to you staying here. Fortunately or unfortunately, it does requires you to leave the village, to learn how to lead. The decades ago, when our village was destroyed, it would be the end of our kind, as far as we knew it. But we were saved by two outsiders who came in a flying ship. They saved our village, allowed survivors to run away, and even brought them, some of them, out of here and into other places.
That would explain how I wound up in Hosenfell, at least.
But ships don't fly.
These people helped us, and then we as people promised them that we would help them should they ever need it. Luckily, they have not had need of our help as of yet. But still, we have a debt to pay, a debt that only our leader, or rather, someone who is rising up to be our leader, can go and pay. So Rend, and you and your cousin Tiwitaka need to go towards this guild that these two hailed from and pay the debt that our village owes them.
Do you know what guild this is? Because I may already be part of it.
This... Every once in a while we see travelers from this guild. They hail from a city called Redemption. Go over there. Tell them that you're in voice of the people of Grey Fort. In voice from the survivors of Teoxihutlu. Tell them that you're there to pay our debt to them.
Okay.
And that is the first step into learning how to guide and lead our village and our people. Do you accept, Rend?
I'll do it.
A very heavy weight has been lifted from my heart to hear you say those words.
Does this mean Tuitaka is going to be traveling with us as well?
I would hope so, yes.
Why not? Why don't we just get everybody to come with us?
I'm just saying I wanted to go to Wildhaven and to look into why there were fiends there, because we all sort of just dropped that bag
I
and
mean,
left.
we do need to do that.
So I would like to do that, and that's not something Tuitaka signed up for.
Though, to be a better leader, he does need to travel the world.
The more experience the two of you gather under your belts, the better suited you will be to lead our people and deal with any more attacks like the one that almost destroyed our people once.
Do you know what this was an attack by the way?
Our people never had enemies of such manner and power. The creatures that attacked, they did not seem to have any goal in mind other than just destruction. The ruins to the west portion of town, that's all that's left from their attacks.
Doug, can I ask a question that might be a little meta, but I hope it's not?
Sure.
What is the architecture like of the ruins of the old section of town? Because the names are giving me a distinct Mesoamerican vibe.
Like I said last session, the buildings in Old Greyford, they're made mainly of stone. Well, actually only stone, and well, the ruins are pretty much just stone, and there doesn't seem to have anything else going on into their compositions. Whereas the newer buildings, the Bash Dragon Tavern Lodge, seems to be the divide between the old buildings, the old ruins, and the newer buildings that are now made of both stone and wood of many kinds and shapes and varieties. But yeah, the buildings, the ruins, they're pretty much just stone, pretty Aztec build even.
That's a shame. I was kind of hoping there would be like a step pyramid or something around here with those names. How many NPCs are we adopting, Doug?
I don't know.
This adding to Itaka makes 3.
It does. There's not 10 of us.
Well then. I mean, what can I do? You just seem to be so friendly.
You can tell Tuitaka to stay behind. Go
No, he's
on.
coming with us.
He can take his own path. You know, maybe
We can
it's
at
a smart.
least get him to redemption.
Maybe it's a smart. I can give him a map. Maybe it's a smart plan if you guys take divergent paths and have a diversity of experience.
Agreed. But I want to get him to redemption safely, seeing as he hasn't had much experience on the road.
I'm sure he's capable of handling himself.
Well, Teritaka seems eager to travel alongside you, Rand, and, you know, bond a little more with his long-estranged cousin.
Wants to bond
It's-
with me.
It's fine. It's all right.
Welcome to Team Orphan. We adopt NPCs on a regular
I mean, like, seriously, I think we named our team the wrong name. We're just team. Why don't you just follow us?
Team Shepherd.
There you go.
Talking like team adoption or something of this fucking shit.
Orphan.
We still got 10 minutes in the session. What are we doing?
Well, I believe that there's nothing else to do. The festival has ended, and well, I don't believe. Well, you figure out where was Jade and what even was up with Jade. So I guess you have no other business to do in Greyford.
Actually, I have a question for Moxley.
Sure.
So, I asked about Jade. We've all asked about Jade. And Rend had a vision of her where he said she may not even be real. So I'm assuming because you said the festival would answer all of our questions and it really just gave us a bunch more, you have an answer to this particular question of what?
You want to know about the bear?
Yes, Jade.
Her name is Ikautli. She's been with us for quite a while. She tends to the wounded and she tries to learn more of the Nagual. She is not, however, one of you. She's not a Nagual herself. And indeed, she's been gone for quite a while. She's had her own mission, which was to find you, Rand.
But she's a real person.
Yes. Yes, she is.
Okay, because I was starting to wondering whether or not Ren here fell in love with a forest spirit.
Would you like to say goodbye to her before you leave?
Yes, very much.
Alright. And then you all make your way following Tanaxley through the city. You notice that the place where the festival was being held is no longer happening. Some tables are still there. There's some people still seem half asleep on those tables, kind of just hunched over it. And people are, still trying to clean up some things here and there, but you get the sense that this will take quite a while to fully get cleaned up. But eventually, she leads you close to someone who's to a bear folk woman who's near the tree where the performance took place last night. And Noxley, she just calls out to her, and she turns around. And what you see, Rand, is indeed a bear folk with green eyes. And you instantly recognize Jade. But at the same time you don't, because she's much older. You would guess that she's on her 70s, 60s, 70s-ish.
So you like older women, Rent?
She was my age when I met her.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
As she turns and sees all of you and sees you, Rand, and she says, "Well, I'm happy to see you, Rand. I hope you're happy to see me as well. Now, without any deceptions."
I am. I'm a little hurt too that the deception was necessary.
I couldn't bring myself to raise you. Telling you that your family had died and you were far away from them, from whatever's left of your family and your people in your village. I didn't want you to grow up like that. I wanted you to have a normal childhood. To just grow up happy and be whoever you wanted to be. But I was just fooling myself. I knew I had to bring you back here eventually, and I'm really sorry, Rand. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Ren's gonna give her a hug.
And she hugs you back, Rand, and it's a very familiar hug. And her whole smell is also familiar. Her voice is familiar. This is, for all intents and purposes, the Jade you have got to know and love. But at the same time, she also isn't. And you can't help but to feel incredibly confused by this. But when the two of you part the hug, and you can see her face so close to yours, and you see the wrinkles on the bags under her eyes, and she just looks at you with a smile on her face, and you just think back to the vision you had last night of the two of you in the boat, when she still looked like the Jade you remember.
Guessing this means I should move on, right?
Come again?
I'm just gonna look at her and kind of Nolyn says, I guess this means I should move on, right?
Yes, Rand. I'm afraid it is time to move on. And find yourself and your purpose.
Why are you casting Fireball?
You're having a nice emotional hug.
It's definitely time for a fireball.
Always.
How many times have you whispered that to Graf while he was like reuniting with his parents?
It's always a whisper.
So she just looks at you, Rand. You have to find yourself, discover who you are, and what is your purpose and your place in this world. And once you do, I'm sure you will once again find love.
Just know you're always the first. I'll see you around when I come back.
I'll be waiting for you, Rand.
And Ren will just walk away.
And as you do, you see that right close to you all is Naxali, and she's talking to Tiwitaka, who's kind of very vehemently just nodding up with most things that she's saying, and they both watch you coming closer, and she just kind of once again clasps her hands close and just looks at all 9 of you reunite with him, and now you are all 10. And she just looks up at this whole party reunited. Well, I hope that you manage to pay your debt to our saviors, and in the path that you also discover more about yourselves and what it takes and what it means to be a leader. And someday down the road, you'll find your ways back to here. And Tiwitaka just kind of nods once again at what she's saying, but doesn't respond to anything back. You see that he's also still trying to digest quite a lot of information. And what about you, Rand?
Well, I've rejoined with the group. Okay, so group vote here. We hang back to Redemption or Wildhaven to investigate that thing?
I think it's too late to investigate. We should head back to Redemption.
I don't think it is. I feel we should go to Wildhaven.
I agree with Basil.
Yes, we were a bit hasty with our departure. Perhaps if we disguise Lucas or hide him from view in some way, the town will not necessarily notice his entry.
I mean, as long as the guards or something don't see him, that would work,
As long
right?
as he doesn't cause trouble, I think he's fine.
Yeah, Neo, maybe just hold his hand the whole time.
And you forgot that we need to go to the other world and something like that.
We need to do a lot of things, but I think we need to head back. We either do Wildhaven or we go to Redemption, because
I think
we have a lot of NPCs that would not be prepared to go to the heavens or the hells.
I think the trip to Zenith should wait until we get to Redemption, so we can basically be like, "Hey, NPCs, stay here and don't die. We're
We
gonna
can
go."
leave them at the crossing.
That's true, but Anthony also told us to let the guild know when we go in, and none of us have a means right now of sending a message to the guild unless Par prepares that spell that day.
I think he can do that.
We can do that, but we don't know if he's prepared it because the player is not here.
Well, he won't prepare it today. To get back, it'll take us several days to get back to the crossing.
Well, if you're going to Wildhaven, I'm not going to row the boat.
I mean, fortunately, it's
That's
more
fine.
downstream at this point.
We can make Tuitaka and Rags row the boat.
Rax is injured. Rax.
We can make Tuitaka take it.
Tuitaka, I think, would be helpful. Besides, we also have Lucas to help row. I think we'll be fine with rowing the boat.
I mean,
Also, the boat has a sail.
it's a fishing. Well, the big one does, but we still need rowing for like maneuvering in tight quarters. But it's a fishing village, so he has to have some experience with water vehicles.
I
Maybe
would
it's not.
also assume that if we are following the river down to the lake, that this flow of the river would be in our favor. So it should be mildly easier and perhaps a bit faster this time around.
Sounds about right. We'll head to Wildhaven. Just look into the fishing thing. a little bit. Report back to Redemption about it.
But yeah,
Because
now that the ruins of the house aren't on fire, we can take a look around through them.
Alright, so the entirety of you reunite, discuss what's the next plan for Dame Goodberry, including perhaps
we might change our name at this point without much.
including perhaps a change of name, and then you decide that there's still things to investigate back in Wildhaven. So all of you gather around, make plans, and decide to depart early in the morning back towards Wildhaven, where you will hopefully find answers to some of your other questions. And this is where we're gonna end the game for today, everyone. So, delicious, lovely people of Twitch, thank you guys so very much for watching Conquerors of Nolyn live, as it happens, with quite a few shenanigans going on. Hopefully you all enjoyed the shenanigans. If you did, you can see more shenanigans going down at the wiki, where players see what their characters are doing and write down about it or not. Sometimes they do, and when they do, it's great. And if you do like to watch or missed an episode and you would like to watch it a little bit earlier, or I don't know, something happened and you couldn't be here, like, camping happens, maybe, you can always go and rewatch replays on my YouTube channels. On my YouTube channel, singular, where there's a replay of every single game that we have had of D&D up to date somehow, and watch it over there on demand wherever you are, and able to pause it and pick it up back whenever you want. And today is our 10th game of Team Green, the 30th of the entire teams in Conquerors, so it's quite a lot of games, so you better start catching up real soon, because in a few more weeks there will be too many games for you guys to catch up, or it'll be quite a lot of games for you guys to binge watch in case you're really, really excited about D&D. And in fact, if you are excited about D&D, you can always come back, and you should even come back every Tuesday to watch 2 games, Teams Red and Yellow, and every Saturday to watch Team Green play their game, and also figure out where they're going next and what they're gonna do with all these NPCs that they keep hoarding. Who knows? But aside from that, thank you guys so very much for watching. Hope you had an amazing time with everyone here, and now I wish you all have an amazing weekend. So goodbye, everyone. Take care. And as we always say, goodbye, Twitch.
Bye, Twitch.
Bye, people.
Bad, see